Okay, well, good morning, everybody, and welcome, Sarah and Mary. Good to have you. Um, First meeting of 2021. So I'll go ahead and read the announcement regarding the public notice of meeting, and then we'll ease into our closed session. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on January 15th, 2021. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events today. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will first conduct a closed session this morning to discuss two items, a Power with Purpose update and a report on litigation. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Yoder, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:02 a.m. to discuss two topics, Power with Purpose and the second, a report on litigation. With respect to the update on the Power with Purpose Generation Resource Project, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing and types and locations of resources that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. The update also may involve discussion of legal matters that are protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine. With respect to the report on pending and potential litigation matters, a closed session is necessary because the discussion involves legal advice and strategy that is protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine. This motion requires a second to move forward.
Second.
Second from Director Kavanaugh. Mel, can you call the roll, please?
Bogner?
Yes.
Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Mulhoff?
Yes.
Moody?
Yes.
Spurgeon?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Yoder?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Motion to go into closed session has passed. The closed session will be limited to discussion regarding Power with Purpose and report on the district's pending and potential litigation. No votes or other action will be taken. Okay, we'll pause for a few minutes and make sure that we get the technology organized and have the right people in the room. I think we're starting with Power with Purpose. Is that right? Yep, okay. Okay, so let's first reconvene open session. I need a motion and a second in order to reconvene.
I move we reconvene.
Second.
Thank you, Directors Yoder and Bogner. Mo, could you call the roll, please?
Bogner?
Yes.
Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Mulhoff?
Yes.
Moody?
Yes.
Spurgeon?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Yoder?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. The motion to come out of closed session at 10 a.m. is carried. The closed session was limited to discussion regarding Power with Purpose and a report on the district's pending and potential litigation. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Okay, good morning, everyone. Special welcome to, now that we're in public session, our new directors Howard and Spurgeon. Congratulations and great to have you. Look forward to working with you both. So let's go ahead and jump in. Earlier, before the closed session, I made an announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the host. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Amanda Bogner, Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Janice Mulhoff, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. We also have President and CEO Tim Burke, our General Counsel Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, members of our senior management team, and OPPD staff. Additionally, I believe we currently have about 3 members of the public in attendance, so thanks for joining us. We did conduct a closed session this morning to discuss the update on Power with Purpose and a report on the district's pending and potential litigation. As noted on the agenda, we will receive a public update near the end of the meeting regarding Power with Purpose, so stay tuned for that. Now we will hear the following committee reports. Finance from Director Bogner, System Management Nuclear Oversight from Director Janice Mulhoff, Public Information from Director Yoder, and I'll be covering the governance report today. But let's start with a safety briefing. Mr. Burke.
Great, thank you very much. So we're still focused on our 3 W's, which is wear a mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands. And we're still focused on that internally in the organization as well. But also we're asking the public to do that as well, including our board members and those that are listening, to reduce the spread of COVID-19. You know, there is some interesting facts. I just had this in a walk around yesterday. An employee said, "No, I'm good. I've already had COVID and it wasn't a big deal for me." So I said, "Well, you can get it again." As a matter of fact, we had on one of our videos an employee that has had COVID twice from other family members in his family, and so he's actually gotten it twice and is still on oxygen. And back to work, but on oxygen. So you can get COVID more than once, and the impacts can be even more severe the second time than the first time. So it's important for us to think about that. And even if we have a vaccine, we can still have the virus and still give it to somebody else. So we're asking people to watch your 3 W's. And then we're in the season where we call it our freeze thaw. So we kind of freeze overnight. We thaw during the day when there is sun. I don't see it yet today. And so we ask people both walking, driving, running, riding a bike to be cognizant of their surroundings for both the freeze and the thaw. So those are our safety briefings for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Much appreciated. Okay, let's just jump right into finance. Director Bogner.
All right, thank you. Before I turn it over to CFO Fernandez to talk about the pledged securities, I'll give an update on what we talked about at our pre-committee meeting here at the beginning of January. During that meeting, we had a fairly singular focus to discuss what affordability means at OPPD. The intention of this discussion was to begin to dissect the issue of electric utility affordability for our customers in our service territory and how it is helped or hurt by policies and other decisions made by this board. The intention for this was to start discussions that may in the future lead to changes to SD1 and or SD2 and then perhaps other strategic directives. Ahead of this meeting, I provided a list of questions for my fellow committee members to contemplate in preparation for the discussion. Troy Meyerson, our counsel with Fraser Stryker, provided the legal framework that the board of directors has to abide by for rate making, reminding us that customers cannot be charged different rates for same services under similar conditions. Additionally, any rates we adopt have to pass a test of being fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. So during the rest of the meeting, the committee proceeded with a discussion, understanding that context, but expanding the conversation to look at affordability through the lens of the cost of the total bill, not just rates, remembering that customers pay bills, not rates. Through questions to OPPD staff, we gained a better understanding of how our low usage, low income, our LULI program fits into the context of fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory rates. And we're reminded that the LULI program is based first on usage, then on income qualifications. And it is considered a temporary program that was really a gradualization mechanism put in place when rates were updated in 2016. So we we had a really robust discussion overall. Just a couple highlights from that. Director Mulhoff highlighted that many of her rural constituents face issues of last mile transmission costs that are not comparable to the costs our urban customers face on an individual basis. So there's some unique challenges facing the district by serving both rural and urban customers. We also discussed energy burden. The energy burden is a metric that considers how much of a person's income is spent on utilities. And looking at that, some data sets related to that, Director Williams noted that there are some variations in that data, and it's really difficult to determine energy burden for our specific customers because of kind of a conglomeration of service territories that we have some overlapping space with and PPD. We discussed that it would be beneficial to see a breakdown or a histograph of how many of our customers fall in certain various tiers of energy burden. So how many of our customers are in the 1% energy burden versus how many customers are in a 10% energy burden, something along those lines. Certainly this topic was not intended to be fully unpacked during our 1-hour discussion. We were really kind of just scratching the surface. But we did conclude with a list of information or data information that would be helpful to have. And the district will be evaluating that list to determine what information is already available, what could be easily obtained, and what information might take more effort to get. And then we also left the meeting, with kind of the guiding question for the board to contemplate, both in the finance committee, but also in public information, about really trying to settle out this year, what does affordability mean at OPPD, so that we can start to inform some changes to our strategic directives around this topic. So would any of my committee members like to add anything to that report? Okay, I'm seeing head shaking, no's. So, all right, CFO Fernandez, would you like to add anything to that particular topic? And if not, you're welcome to move on to the pledge securities.
Thank you, Director Bogner. The only thing that I would add to that conversation, and I agree with you, it was fascinating, and a lot of my staff members participated and listened, and it was refreshing. One element that I mentioned during that meeting, and I think it's important for me to mention here at the Open Committee, it's a very complex topic. Of course, there are a lot of complexities in there, but the way I see these in a very summarized way is twofold. It's how much does OPPD cost versus who pays for what. Oftentimes those two are conflated, right? And I made the conscious effort to differentiate those two because they're very important for us to tackle and to work on those. And while my team and the entire organization keeps a very, very close handle on how much we cost, trying to minimize costs for the entire organization, which is incredibly important. That's the basis for affordability. The other part that the board and the finance committee took on, it's who pays for what, which is really, really important. And I think those two go hand in hand, but I wanted to differentiate those two slightly on the different focus that my team will continue to focus on.
Thank you, Javier. Excellent. Would you like to move on to pledge securities now?
Certainly. So this month is a relatively light month for finance. We only have one item to report, but don't worry, we'll have our time here in the next couple of months with the annual report, and we will have a lot of opportunity to talk about financial results for 2020. We are still in the middle of closing the books for 2020. This is where we engage our external auditor, PKD, so it takes a little bit longer for us to close not only the December financials, but the year-end financials. So more to come here in the next couple of months. For now, I would like to talk about pledged securities. This is a annual report that we have where we report back to the board on financial institutions that hold our customer owners' revenues, or OPPD's revenues. When we place all of our revenues, all of our monies in financial institutions, we want to know who's backing those. And this goes back to 2008, 2009 financial crisis, where there were issues and concerns about banks being able to even honor the fact that we had deposits in those institutions. So this is a good practice for us to keep an eye on who holds funds for OPPD and whether or not those funds are either insured or backed by pledged securities. So in this case, what I would like to show you, and I think it's on the next page, Mo. No, the other way. There you go. There are two categories of financial institutions that hold monies, OPPD's monies, and one of them is I'm going to start with the bottom one. It's 16 banks, mostly local regional banks, where we have balances of less than $250,000 with each one of these institutions. Those balances are covered through the insurance, the Federal Depository Insurance Company, or FDIC. So we are well covered within those lower balances. The way we use these financial institutions, or we partner with these financial institutions, is it allows our customer owners to pay their electric bill to OPPD through their banking relationship with these 16 banks. So as a few years ago, as we chose to close down a few regional offices where people would come in and pay OPPD's bills, we increase the partnership with banks so that they could do that on our behalf. So on a daily basis, these banks carry small balances from those deposits that customers that pay their bills. Those deposits are then moved on to OPPD, and then we use the larger accounts for us to manage our liquidity. Speaking of the larger accounts, that's on the top page of the top part of the slide. We have two main financial institutions that we use, where we have funds that are well in excess of $250,000. This is where we hold all of our construction funds and revenue funds and all of our liquidity. It's really split between these two banking institutions: Wells Fargo Bank National Association and U.S. Bank National Association. Those are not, the funds in there are obviously not covered through the FDIC because they're in excess of $250,000. So the way we manage these, just like any other large entity, is through pledged securities. So we have those banks holding pledged securities against our deposits at all times with different levels, so that if we ever have to withdraw cash from those accounts, the bank has pledged securities to support those withdrawals. I want to point out that this list changed. It changed about 2 years ago. We used to have a different bank in there, and through an RFP process that we conducted, now it's over 2 years ago, we changed relationships, we changed amounts and the way in which we use different institutions. So what you're seeing here is the result of that process, and that we added US Bank as a relatively new banking institution. They've been with us for now almost 2 years, but I wanted to tie these back to the RFP and a conversation we had with the board about 2 years ago. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just looking here, I do not see any hands and I do not see any chats. So I think that we might not have any questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
All right, and with that, very short month for Finance Committee. We have not had a breather like this in some time, so it's complete.
You'll get your spot in the limelight here in the next couple months.
I'm sure I will.
Okay, so we are on to System Management and Nuclear Oversight. Director Molhoff.
Thank you. So a kind of reconfigured systems committee met on January 7th. We met for an hour in the morning and then an hour later in the afternoon to discuss basically a way forward for SD9. OPPD staff presented an update on the decarbonization process, and I want to thank Mary and her staff for really setting the stage for us to formulate questions that SD9 could answer. So there were presentations on the following: the modeling of our future generation portfolio, internal operations for a baseline, customer decarbonization, and community and environmental stewardship. The slides from those presentations are available to other board members in diligence, so please take time to look at those, as they will be very important to our discussions going forward. We will reconvene on the 25th to see if we can come to some consensus about the questions that we want answered. So any comments or questions from my committee members or other board members?
I would just reemphasize the need for other board members that weren't there to take a look at those decarbonization slides. That was a really, really helpful update. So thanks to the team for pulling that together. I know that there were a couple things that were very early in the process that you shared with us. So again, thanks for letting us see in early to see what's going on. But take a look. There's a lot of really great, important work going on there.
Mary,
if I may just add,
yeah.
Director Mohawk, the only thing that I would add is that we do plan on doing a public version of that in the February board meeting, so there'll be more to come for the public.
Thank you for that reminder. And if there are no other questions, I believe that Mr. McCormick has a SD6 safety monitoring report.
I just want to do a quick mic check. Can everybody hear me? Thank you. Thanks, Director Mohoff. If we can go to the next slide, please, Mo. And so I'm here to present SD6, and really there's three components of it. It's through continuous improvement and monitoring, OPPD shall be recognized as a leader in employee safety and ensure the safety of the public in relations to OPPD's operations. The board establishes a long-term goal to continue to improve safety results that reduces OPPD's DART rate to less than 0.50 and reduce OPPD's preventable or PVIR rate to less than 4.0. Next slide, please. So the definitions of the DART is it's any injuries that we have that result in days away from work, restricted days from work, or the employee had to be transferred due to those injuries, and then the calculations there. And PVIR is preventable vehicle incidents. And the DART's defined by OSHA, and that's where we get it. And then the preventable vehicle accidents defined by the Nebraska or National Safety Council. And so we get that information from them. Next slide, please. So how safety awards go is they're kind of in the rears. So they usually come out in June and July each year. And so in 2020, we were recognized by the Nebraska Safety Council as one of the safest companies with distinction. That's a really good award. They really dig into everything and figure out if you're doing things the right way. And so I'm very proud of that award, and the men and women of OPPD have done a great job and deserve that. Next slide, please. On the DARTs, we made some progress this year. We end up the year at 0.57. And if you look at the chart, it's heading in the right direction. We certainly didn't hit the goal of 0.50, but we're in the right direction there. Next slide, please.
Hey, Kevin, real quick, could you just give a little perspective of what 0.50 means, maybe for the new board members? I know there'll be a deeper dive when you have the opportunity to present your business unit activity, but if you could just share that, it'd probably be good for the public to know that as well.
Yeah, and so when we when the board established the 0.50, that is a best of the best with utility companies of our size when it comes to injuries. And so, you know, from time to time over the years, some of the board members have asked me, should we raise that because we don't hit it all the time? And I think we have to have a pretty difficult goal to achieve, because really at the end of the day, we're talking about people. You know, numbers are numbers, but when it comes to injuries, we're talking about people. And this is a, you know, hazardous industry we have, and we eliminate those hazards. But at the end of the day, we want people to go home the same way they came to work. And so I think it's good to have a tough goal here.
Kevin, can you talk about what a 0.57 means in terms of numbers of employees who were injured or numbers of events? Or, I mean, can you equate that for us?
Yeah, so we have just over 1,800 employees. And so I'm happy to say that 1,818 were injury-free last year. We did have 16 employees that were injured in some fashion. And so, and they fell into that arena. It was either days away, restricted, or transferred. And so if you reflect back through the years, you know, if you go back to 2010, you know, we had more employees, but we had certainly a lot more injuries in the darts. And if I give you a good example, so, and it's a good example. If I look at Troy's organization, 10 years ago, it wasn't uncommon that he would have 25 to 30 dart cases himself in that organization. Today, he had 5 out of this year. And so significant improvement. If you look at Mary's organization, same type of thing. They might have had 18 10 years ago, and they had 4 this year. And so really we're after people that are planning the work, people that are doing walk downs, and then the employees that they're trained and can do their jobs without being hurt. And so that's, as the leader of safety, I'm looking for that continuous improvement, that we improve that every year.
So tell us a little bit about, you know, once an injury has occurred, what type of activities follow that as far as retraining or kind of refocusing that group on the importance of safely executing their positions?
Great question. So there's a couple things we do. So first thing, we take care of the employee. We make sure they get the best medical help we can get them back to close as 100% as we can. And then what we do is we investigate all injuries and determine corrective actions. And we work with not only that group, but if it can help somebody else across the district, we go out and train them. We also look at our training and see if we're training them on the right things. And so there's a process of not only getting the worker back to turning wrenches again, so to speak, but to educate the whole company on that injury.
Yeah, I would just share, we have a safety toolbox that occurs monthly that will take incidents that may occur. And these could either be dart cases, preventable vehicle accident, it could be near misses, it could be observations, and those are shared across the district now. And Kevin and the team kind of drives that through their safety meeting programming through all of our operating groups and across the organization. And it's an opportunity for us at the senior management side to also see those kinds of investigation reports across the organization, whether it's a near miss or whether it's actually a DART or preventable vehicle accident.
And since Tim's talking about that, the other thing we do is evaluate for the potential seriousness of it, and we call them a SIF, serious injury or fatality, or the potential of one of those. And so if it hits that criteria, we pull together a team of not only management, but the workers. And we do a full-blown root cause analysis. And then we share that, we call them learnings, because really what we're trying to get out of those is learn. And so we do a full-blown investigation on those. Well, you can go to the next slide unless there's any more questions on that. And so on the vehicle incidents, we ended up the year at 2.27, well below the target. And again, you know, I've been asked in the past on this one is, should we move the target? This target's established first quartile performance in the industry. And so we could move it if the board wanted to, but it is first quartile currently. And the one thing is why this is important, and it's, people need to remember this, is vehicle accidents are the #1 killer of people at work and at home. And so it's really important that we track this and make sure people are using the right behaviors when they're behind one of our vehicles.
Hey, Kevin, can you give us a reference? 2.27 what? Is that accidents per million miles? What does that mean?
That's a rate.
Okay,
And
rate
so,
what?
and so how we figure that is the number of vehicle incidents times 1 million miles. I'll get hang on real quick. So it's the number of cases times 1 million hours divided by miles driven will get you that rate.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. So, you know, in the midst of this past year, not only did we have a lot of work going on, but we had this thing called a pandemic that started. So back in March, OPPD management made an intentional decision to send half our workforce home. We got a group, the BCP, they looked at it, they made a determination. And so some might ask, you know, would we have had more injuries if we didn't do that? Those people we sent home average 1 injury per 2 years. They're not normally the ones that are out working in the field or in power plants. And so from an injury standpoint, it didn't matter, but where it really comes into play is by doing that, it protected the critical employees that keep the power plants running and keeping the power flowing through our lines. And so to me, that was a huge step. And I look at hierarchy of control. And really, you try to engineer something away, and if you can't do that, then you use administrative controls. And if that doesn't solve it, then you put PPE in effect. And with the pandemic, we've used all of those things very successfully. And so I just wanted to call that out, because along with keeping our critical product, electricity, going to our customers, we also had a lot of things going on. We had storms. We had outages in our plants that were planned. We had forced outages that weren't planned. And we kept our work going. And I just want to call out the men and women at OPPD that have been doing that. Just fantastic job in 2020. You know, when you look at the pandemic, it brought up a lot of distractions. And what we were able to do is eliminate some of those distractions so people could focus on their jobs. Next slide, please.
I see Director Yoder has his hand raised.
Okay.
Thanks. It may also relate to this next slide. The employees at home, I heard a news story the other day, anecdotal, I guess, but there may be some data supporting it, from an orthopedic physician who said that with more people working at home, there are more stub toes, more foot injuries, people walking around barefoot and the like. I'm not asking about that in particular, but has the set of injuries that employees face changed? And then maybe anticipating the next slide, is there some training that's being done to help them to be more safe at home?
Yeah, so so you go from having, let's say, 50 work areas like power plants and offices like at Energy Plaza. Now what you do is introduce 900 homes or apartments or condos, wherever people live. And we haven't looked at those areas from a safety perspective. And so what we do is talk to our employees about how they set up their work area at home, the ergonomics behind that. Along the way, then we got them the right equipment into their homes. And so what we've been doing is continually sending out safety bulletins and reinforcing that they have to keep their work area free of hazards at home, just like they would at work. And we haven't seen the bumps and bruises reported that you're talking about, Director Yoder, but it certainly could happen.
Glad you're anticipating that it may happen and providing information and reinforcing the safety. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the question.
I'm waiting for the first workman's comp claim when someone trips over their dog. So it'll happen.
Yeah, so that could happen, and we'd go and treat it just like any other injury at OPPD on our properties. We'd go and investigate it and make sure that we could remove the hazards if need be.
Okay.
Training, I just want to touch base on training because we still had to get work done, and so we have 11 apprenticeship programs at OPPD, and really that's to take workers and make them journeymen and our journey level. And so throughout the pandemic, we still performed 702 tests. And those have to be on property because they have to be monitored in order to qualify for those tests. So we created social or physical distancing, all that, and we were able to maintain those programs. So we got qualified workers. We also completed just over 4,500 training classes, either online or in classroom setting as well. We just feel it's important to continue that regardless of the circumstances. You just got to make it safe for the employees. And then all new employees coming on, one of the first things we do is we give them general employee safety training so they know the hazards of working at electrical utility. And we were able to continue that, as well as in cooperation with Mark Setke's group, as we continued doing leadership onboarding and Crew Leader University. And so I'm proud we were able to continue those through 2020 as well. Next slide, please. So 2020, here's some numbers that I'm very proud of the organization. So our work comp costs were down 21%. all injuries. So that's your stub toe all the way up to a broken arm. They fell by 16%. Our recordable injuries dropped 35%. And injuries requiring medical treatment beyond first aid fell by 54%. And so 2020 and 2018 was our previous best year ever, and we base it on total injuries. 2020 blew that away. And so it's just a great accomplishment for our employees, and so I'm proud of them. Next slide, please.
Question, as long as we're here.
Okay.
So these are changes related to the previous best year. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. So
Yeah.
compared to 2018.
Is there any, have you looked for, I don't know that it's available, but is there any kind of information about what's happening in the industry in this year? You know, our work comp costs going up or going down, and, you know, our injuries going up or going down. So how are we comparing to others in the industry?
Yeah, so we belong to a couple different groups. We belong to a group called MWest, so it's in the Midwest, so it's in our cert, like Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa. And the reason that's important to belong to that is kind of the same weather patterns. And so we compare to that, and some aren't having a great year and some are doing okay. And then bigger, we also belong to RMEL. And that's all over the board as well. But in the comparison with RMEL is it's all different kind of weather conditions, from in Colorado all the way down to the desert. And so you got to compare apples to apples. But also really the comparisons real time or slow unless you're asking everybody. You really get comparisons from, so we'll get them in 2020, probably in the June and July timeframe for 2020.
And RMEL is Rocky Mountain Electric League, which is an association of utilities and other providers. So.
Thank you for responding. Appreciate it.
Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about what we're doing this year with the initiatives. We have one, it's called Safety Programs Evaluation and Review. We call those SPEARS. And what it is we take 4 or 5 items out of our safety manual, and we look at the full cycle from what the regulation says, what we're doing to train people, what results we're getting out in the field, and is there any incidents or anything that are out in the field with that. And then what we do is just close the loop to make sure that's all in sync. It's a continuous improvement effort we do every year with different things. And so like this year, we're going to look at office safety. And the reason why we chose that is we got people working from home and we want to make sure it's covered correctly. Industrial trucks and forklifts, and then cranes and derricks. And so we'll be looking at those this year. We continue to work on fatigue. We're doing training right now for leaders of people. And we're working with business units to put some action items together that has been identified as an ERM risk. And so we're putting items together to improve that and get a better understanding around fatigue. Another one is 1910-269. That's an OSHA regulation. And the why that's really important to us is that's what governs our around generation, transmission, and distribution of electrical systems. And so we look at that and we want to make sure we're doing everything right. And so really within that regulation, it has lockout, tagout, hold order system, and then grounding. And so we're digging into that to make sure that all facets of those are in good shape. And along with that, we'll also subcategories of that, we'll look at rubber goods and our FR clothing program. And the last thing, over the past year, we've been doing a pilot program on a safety index. And it's been really interesting. We've been working with other utilities. We're kind of socializing it right now. We presented it to M West, and in 2 weeks, we presented to RMEL. We're trying to get everybody to use it. And what it's going to do is do a rolling 12-month safety look at the DART, preventable vehicle incidents, observation rate, safety training completion, hazards mitigated, SIFs, and total case incident rate. And eventually, what I'd like to see, once we get it socialized and people are doing it, is perhaps having it as SD6 as part of that, because it could be a good comparison across many companies if we can get that done.
Kevin, there is a question in chat from Director Moody. Thinking about leading indicators, do we track figures for good catches and near misses?
Yeah, we track good catches and near misses. Also, what you do with those. And so a good catch is a good catch, but it can also be a leading indicator that there's a problem somewhere that we need to go resolve. And so we look at all those. And we've been doing a great job putting in good catches and near misses.
Thank you. Director Moody, did you have anything else?
I do. Two things. One is we talked earlier, Rick brought up the increased risks for people working at home. So I appreciated that conversation. I just want to double down on the importance of that, making sure that, you know, smoke detectors and CO2 detectors are all tightened up. Like that's where people work for us now. So to the extent that they're as safe as possible, I think we need to continue to do great work there. So that's one. And then I guess I know that this is not necessarily directly part of what we're tracking as part of the SD, but we didn't know that there was going to be a pandemic when we wrote the SD. I can't help but reflect on every single one of our safety briefings today is about, you know, the 3 W's and pandemic safety. So I guess without sharing kind of the whole thing, I guess I'm kind of curious as to whether or not our employees are doing perhaps a better job or being safer when it comes to pandemic safety. Are we seeing fewer cases than the norm? I mean, just kind of wondering about what that looks like, acknowledging that it's not necessarily part of what I'm looking at when I'm wondering if we're compliant, but I am curious about like our new reality and how that's factoring in and what those numbers might look like.
So I can tell you that we do safety briefings at work, and then we also send bulletins home to families. And here's the outreach, in my opinion, is so what we're hearing back from spouses, they're also taking them to their employees and sharing it. So not only are we sharing that good information with our employees and their families, they're expanding it out to other businesses in our service territory. From how many DART cases we have, we track those, but I don't, and I might need to phone a friend, maybe Mark can help me on this. I don't know how it compares to other companies in the region.
Yeah, Kevin, we haven't done any of that analysis either.
Yeah, that's helpful. And again, like I'm just mindful of what the real true danger is for folks these days, right? And the extent to which, people are in fact complying with mask requirements, the extent to which we're seeing, traceability is a question too, right? Like at this point, it's all community spread, so it's hard to trace back to a COVID case that somebody obtained at a nuclear or, at a coal plant as an example. But yeah, all good. I was just kind of curious the extent to which we have the ability to sort of monitor our progress and compliance with some of that stuff.
So Craig, I will tell you, this is Mart. We are doing significant contact tracing when we do have a case. We have not come to very many situations where it has been spread at work. It is generally spread in social situations is what we're finding with our employees. So we are doing that pretty significantly, and all that information we're tracking and recording.
I will just share as well. I was out at 3 different centers yesterday, and part of my safety observation was how well are we within the facilities practicing social distancing and wearing a mask. And I just submitted my safety observations to Industry Safe this morning, so I can meet Kevin's requirement for me to do my observations. But what I have found was, we're probably better today than we might have been last March. In my observation, in a couple of the places that I was at. So I think we're practicing better social distancing. We're more adhering to masks, fully worn, even in kind of a social setting where, machinists may be together in a morning work group. The masks were on yesterday when I had the opportunity to be there. So I consider that as an observation of, I think people are taking it very seriously. And we're telling the stories of our employees that have actually that have attracted COVID. And some of the stories, whether it's them or their family members or whatever it may be, are very compelling. And so our corporate comm team has done a great job of engaging our employees about telling the story as well. And that's probably stronger than me in my weekly Tim Talk, talking about the 3 W's and how important it is. So I think we've kind of hit it from a variety of different ways. And so I think we're seeing some of the benefits of that. Over.
So I would concur with what Tim just said. We do a lot of observations, and since March of last year, there's been just fantastic improvement in mask wearing, physical distancing, making workplaces safer, just by dividing them, putting plexiglass and things like that. Also, the BCP has put together some good policies on, if you're not feeling well, don't come to work. And we just over and over communicate to our employees, everybody plays a part in this. Wear your mask, stay home if you're not feeling well. If you need to get tested, go get tested. And so I think the policies are also helping and educating our employees on that.
I believe Director Spurgeon has a question.
I think you're on mute.
There.
Thank you. I just wanted to say congratulations and commendation to OPPD for this report. I think this is just really, it's super. And the last question about leading indicators, tracking figures for good catches and near misses, that people are willing to say and be open about those sorts of things really speaks, I think, to the very open and cooperative communication that you have with among employees, that they're not afraid to say, I almost messed up, or I almost made this mistake, so that you can look at those. So it's a little bit easier to make sure that there's not a a near miss next time. So just congratulations to you and all your team and everybody who works so hard to make this report what it is. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mo, can you hit the next slide, please? I just wanted to show this slide because it goes back to what I said earlier. It's really about the people. You know, we can look at numbers, but at the end of the day, this is what it's about. And so before we do safety meetings, from our monthly safety meetings, we ask people, why are you safe at work? And these are pictures they sent in to us. And so it's just a collage of, you know, workers, families, friends. And so when I look at this, this is what safety is all about. Mo, you can hit the next slide. And I'll turn it back over to Director Molhoff.
All right, I don't see any other hands raised. Do we have any other questions or comments or concerns about this report? Kevin, again, I want to reiterate what Director Spurgeon said, and that congratulations to you and to all the employees for being safe this year. For this past year, it's been rough. So,
thank you.
If there are no other questions, I believe we can go on to the next item. And Mary, is that you?
No, that would be me.
Okay, that would be Troy. All right, so this is about construction.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to call out, you know, Kevin and his team really provide fantastic service in OPPD. It was pretty impressive to see the way they shifted during this COVID environment. And they provide a ton of data and support, and they really make our lives a lot easier to try to keep our folks safe. So I just wanted to say that before we moved into the next topic here. But yes, this board action item is for construction services. So it is a labor contract, and it's to build concrete encased manhole duct line system in central Sarpy County. And really this is there to support the load growth that's taken place along that corridor. We require a third-party supplemental help just due to the sheer volume of customer-related and road projects that are in the docket for this year. As many of you probably remember, in 2020, we saw about a 50% increase in this volume of work over previous years, and that's continued into 2021. So lots of growth taking place, lots of road work in the Omaha metro area. The contract scope is for installing 12 precast manholes, approximately 1.5 miles of concrete encased duct line, and short spans of direct buried conduit. And so what was kind of interesting as part of this is part of the route requires us to go underneath some state highways in 2 locations. And when we were going out for the RFP, we didn't know at that time whether the state would require us to use steel duct. And because of that, we had to ask for 2 different bids from providers, a base bid without the steel and one alternate with. You know, during the process, the state evaluated our project and determined that the steel was not needed, which allowed us to focus on the base bids. And I just bring this up because it's, you know, the actual award of this is a little different than what's in the bid tab, and I just wanted to bring some clarity to that. Construction would begin in February and conclude in June of 2021. We advertised this pretty readily, and we also invited 10 different companies to provide bids. We did receive 4 proposals, and all 4 were deemed legally and technically responsive, which we love because it shows that they meet the overall needs. After a solid review, the proposal by Nielsen Construction was deemed the lowest and best bid. We've used them many times over recent years, so they have good knowledge of OPPD and our processes. Nielsen tends to be pretty aggressive with their bidding. They're a local company, and we know through conversations that they really like to keep their employees working in the communities where they reside. And so they've been a good partner for us. The engineer's estimate was very close to the winning bid. I think there was about $8,000 of difference there. So we generally like to see that that close estimate also. So based on the legal, technical, and economic evaluations here, we're recommending that the board authorize and award this contract to Nielsen Construction for the installation of the manhole duct line system in Central Sarpy County for $576,700. And just to kind of give you an idea, this is around the location where 370 and Highway 50 crosses. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
I don't see any hand raised, Joy, so let's go ahead and move on to the next one.
That would be mine, Director Mulhall.
All right, thanks, Mary.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to talk to you today about the Nebraska City Unit 1 turbine and generator labor and services contract. As you might recall, in 2019, as we went through the spring outage, we found stress corrosion cracking on the rotors, the low pressure rotors at Nebraska City Unit 1 station. We did go out for contract with they are manufacturing these rotors. And what we are coming to the board today with is the labor installation portion of that project. The turbine generator maintenance replacement program is planned for the spring of 2021. So the outage is coming up later this year. We believe that there is need to bring in a specialized manufacturer, namely Siemens, who is the original equipment manufacturer, to install these rotors. I might give you just a bit of context about this machine. This machine operates at 3,600 RPM, so very high speed. In total, the length of the two rotors end to end are over 41 feet. The tolerance with which they have to install these varies from point to point, but they typically run on the mills. And so a mill is 0.001 inches. Typical size of a human hair, is 2 to 6 mils. And many of these measurements are in that range, 2 to 6 mils on a 41 foot length piece of equipment. Very specialized equipment, very specialized handling and installation is required. We feel that it is in the best interest of the district to move forward with a certification and ability for us to go in and negotiate a contract with Siemens to install this equipment. And so therefore, we're asking for the board to approve an engineer certification and authorization for management to negotiate and enter into a contract with Siemens Energy coming up in the spring outage of 2021. I'd be happy to take any questions. Director Williams?
Yeah, Mary, is this, I'm sorry, is this an expected outage and repair, or is this unexpected? Is this something we had planned for? Help us understand the timing and the need for this.
Yes, this equipment was targeted to come back in on our next major outage, which will happen in the spring of 2021. And so it's been manufactured, and the planning has gone accordingly to be able to install this later this year. Seeing no other questions, no. Director Mulhall, would you like me to move to the nuclear?
I'd like to ask a question.
Okay.
So I noted a reference in an earlier session to the total cost of ownership for some of the new generation units we're along with Power with Purpose. Was something like that done for NC1 and how old it is that something that's kind of updated through the life so that we know from this point forward what the total cost of ownership is? Or
that's a great question.
But from this point forward.
Yeah, that's a great question. When we went back and looked at what we needed to do with NC1 when we noticed that we had stress corrosion cracking. And in the summer of 19, I believe, we came to the board and had that discussion about replacing the low pressure rotors. At that time, we looked at the payback of this, and I am bad with remembering, but I think it was a fairly quick payoff, given the fact that these machines, or the NC1 unit, runs pretty consistently during the year, and it is something that we depend on to give us the reliability and resiliency in the system. Going specifically to your question, so at that time we did look at that. Going specifically to your question, one of the things that we're doing within OPPD is we're bringing in an asset management program, and CFO Javier Fernandez is leading that effort. As part of that effort, we are going back and looking at life of each one of our assets, what their value is. That's just kicking off this year. It'll probably be a couple of years before we have anything really robust that we can hang our hats on. But it is something that we do feel is necessary for our assets moving forward. And so what you'll see typically is as we get that program up and running, we will have better information that we can share with the board as we go through this process of bringing asset management into OPPD. And Javier, I don't know if you have any comments to make along that line as well.
Certainly. Just to add to what Mary was saying, we're looking not only at the total cost of ownership, but at the whole asset cycle. So from inception and design to installation and construction to maintaining and operating any asset, all the way to the disposition or retirement of the asset. So it's not only the capital that we're spending in, but also the O&M, the operating and maintenance expenses that did go into the asset. All of that is part of a discipline that we're standing up at OPPD. I want to make sure that I don't want to leave you with the notion that we didn't do this in the past. We've been doing this in the past. What we're doing now is elevating that discipline and applying similar standards across business units. To Mary's point, I would say on the NC1 piece, the NC1 rotor, we deemed this part of the transformation that the board has asked us to do on decarbonization, right? As we are focusing on retiring in North Omaha and converting in Unit Omaha 4.5, this unit is going to be incredibly important as we continue to shore up reliability. So the investment that Mary was referring to, that the analysis was, will we be able to pay these back in a reasonable amount of time? And I concur with Mary. The payback was very reasonable, and it was within the time frame that we had deemed it would be important for us to keep this unit on. We're going to be relying on these units. They're coal units. They're not very popular units, but they're incredibly reliable, and they're a very key piece in the transformation that we're making. Sorry, Mary, I'm going into your turf, so I'll just stop talking there. But I fully appreciate and concur with Mary's observations.
Thank you, Javier. I might just add that my team, being quick and watching what we're doing, sent me the payback at summer of 2019 when we asked for the board for approval to move forward with replacing the rotors with about 1 year. So very quick payback.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And just for the public, NC1 is Nebraska City 1. It's the first coal plant that we had at Nebraska City. So just want to clarify for those that were asking for acronyms to be identified. So NC1 is Nebraska City.
Nebraska City Unit 1, I believe, came online in 1973. So it's been there for quite a number of years. So thank you, Director Morehouse.
I don't see any other hands raised, so we can move on to nuclear oversight.
Thank you. As I talk every month, and I'm really proud of the work that's being done at Fort Calhoun Station. They continue to amaze us, and why we're happy with their performance. We're always just a bit critical of ourselves as well, and we try to ensure that keeps that edge and we have that continuous improvement moving forward. Today, I'm pleased to talk about not only are we maintaining and doing preventative maintenance and surveillance tests, but maintaining the safe and secure dry cask storage of our fuel. It's a critical item for us, and we typically, just go right past that. But I want to make sure that the public knows, and especially from our new board of directors, that we take that very seriously. Those first lines in our data sheets are critically important. Moving on to some of the projects that we have at hand, the critical path for the deconstruction project remains the segmentation of the reactor turnaround vessels, or as we lovingly call the RVI. And those components are internal, highly radioactive, require specialized materials or specialized tooling to remove them, utilizing robotics. We have had Westinghouse come in and help us with that. They are creating these tools off-site for us, and we have noted some delays, as you might see in our data sheet. Those are really part of what happened, and Westinghouse was moving the facility from one location to the other, and they lost a little bit of time. But we have not seen a direct impact due to COVID, and that is one of the questions that we get about where we are and why we're seeing these impacts. We believe that they will get back on schedule. They've augmented their staff to ensure that they do. However, we're always very cautious to say that as COVID is out there and as it remains an issue for us, we continue to work with them and check in very frequently to make sure that they are moving forward on this very special item that is currently the critical path. In order to prepare for that, so that's what's going on off-site, outside of Fort Calhoun, at the Westinghouse location. What's going on site is we are preparing for this work to be done. And so we have several projects that need to be done and completed before they could move in and actually do this work. We expect that to take probably 3/4 of this year. And it includes things like removing tendons that are in the containment structure, and those are specialized strands of metal that hold the concrete together to put it in compression so that when it expands, it can take the tension that comes from operating the unit. Those are removal of several large components. One of the things that we'll be doing is cutting off the dome heads of the steam generators to make that a flat surface so they can work there. And then just making sure that the containment structure is ready for them to move in. These are not on critical path, but we do monitor them and make sure that we are progressing in a manner that will ensure that the RVI segmentation will begin as currently scheduled. Last but certainly not least, the demolition of the support buildings is also an ongoing project. Demolitions of the buildings such as the warehouse, the maintenance building, the chemistry buildings are scheduled to begin in February and will go through into 2022. So lots of work going on at that site, lots of changes. If you've been at that site and you were to go today, you would notice significant physical changes up there as we move forward. I also make a report on where our quality assurance program has been. We call that our Nuclear Oversight Committee. They do audits to ensure that we maintain the integrity of our nuclear program, and they do that specifically to ensure that we're in compliance with all of our regulations. I will note that they have indicated for this month that there's no significant issues at the site over the last month. They conducted, and we brought them in to help us on our energy production side of the house, the fossil side of the house, and they conducted a NERC audit to ensure that we were in compliance with our NERC requirements. They did that in cooperation with our corporate audit group. So bringing the two groups together to bring in some development and sharing of knowledge base has really been helpful for the overall for the district. So happy to report that they're collaborating and that they're using each other's talents and skills to make that a very productive and meaningful audit of our NERC compliance. And then last but certainly not least, we still do have vendor audits that we need to do that. We are part of a group called NUPIC, which is Nuclear Procurement Issues Corporation. And we continue to be challenged, and the schedules continue to be challenged due to the coronavirus situation and travel restrictions. But UPIC continues to work through those challenges, in concert with nuclear quality management leadership and the industry team. So we'll continue to work with them, work our way through some of the vendor audits that we have coming up. And that concludes my report. Pending questions, Director Moha.
Can you just give us a little update on if we're kind of on schedule and on budget and how we're doing with that, with everything that we've had to deal with over the last year?
Yeah, I would say we're a little behind schedule overall, just due to COVID impacts, the holidays, several different factors. But the team has looked at that, and they have plans in place to get us back on schedule. I don't see any major impacts is the way I think I would put that. We're also remaining, if not on budget, under budget on most of these projects. That really goes to the amount of work that's been done to ensure that we understand what the work is and do some really good estimating of those projects. We see a few bumps in the road here and there, but I would say in general on schedule and under budget.
Thank you. I don't see any hands raised. If anyone has questions or comments, just chime in.
There's a question in the chat, Janice. Or excuse me, that was just to me. I'll just read it. I haven't read it. I haven't pre-screened it, so apologies. This is a question from the public. What is the elevation of all the dry storage of fuel rods? Are they above the expected flooding level if all of the dams upstream break at the same time?
I had a bit of trouble hearing you, Director Moody, but I think you're asking about the height of the ISFC installation and the storage of the fuel. I'll say that the height of the installation is significantly above any floodplain that we have seen at the site. We've also taken special measures to put in berms around the site to protect us as we move forward with this decommissioning project as we're working down into the kind of the floodplain areas. Those berms have been installed, and we expect that they will do what they need to do in terms of any flooding that we might see coming this spring. Additionally, I will add that, you know, these spent nuclear fuel came from a pool, and so water is not a problem if they should get wet. We don't anticipate that but it is definitely not an issue should they get wet into the future.
And Mary, just quick question building on that is that's the storage are the facilities that we're building for staff to anything new that we're building out there in order to monitor and perform security, are they at the same level, same height?
So I think a couple issues in that question. One is that we've gone to the new security posture for the ISFC only installation. We did that last fall. We have had some inspections on that, and the facility seems to be working and up and functioning just as planned, and so that's the good news. In terms of the security at the facility itself outside of that installation, we have gone to industrial security, and we're maintaining that, and we will continue to maintain that at the site. We also have put in a substantial area where we can do some lay down up and out of the floodplain for our low-level radioactive waste packaging. And so, as I said, significant changes at the site to ensure that we can move this decommissioning along smartly, in addition to building the berms to protect us from the flooding should there be any this spring.
Craig, to the specific question, since what I do outside of OPPD does work with stormwater, I'm not aware that there is any defined elevation for the type of catastrophic failure that was described in the second half of the question, a cascading dam failure. I don't believe that the Corps of Engineers nor any other agency has the modeling capability to predict something like that. That is an unusual question, and I don't know of any regulatory status that has any guidance on that type of situation, because it is so outside of the realm of what can be considered. And Mary, I'm not sure if someone on staff also or the consultants might work in that area, but cascading dam failure down the Missouri is not, I mean, that is an unusual question and outside of all planning guidelines as far as I know.
Yeah, so this is Tim. As we went to 2011 and really the first impactful flood at Fort Calhoun, there was a variety of work done. Obviously, that is privileged and confidential and information that we're not have the ability to share. But I will tell you, just to reconfirm what Mary said, is that the spent fuel dry cast storage area is well above the flooding, historical flooding that we've seen at the plant. And even above that, we have done some, as Mary said, barrier work. And I happened to be out there a couple, 2 or 3 weeks ago, actually before Christmas, to kind of walk down with Tim Euling, kind of all that work that they have and in preparation in the event that they needed, including pumps and a number of other different things. So we feel very comfortable that we're meeting all the standards required, certainly by the NRC, on existing knowledge and understanding of flood implications of the Missouri River. So.
Thank you, Mary, for that update on nuclear oversight. And I'll be really excited when we can go up and take a tour and see all the progress that's happened up there over the time when we weren't able to go. So yeah, so looking forward to an on-site tour at some point when things are safer. So thank you to you and the team, and I appreciate everything that is done up there.
Thank you, Director Mulhall.
Director Moody, I believe that is the end of System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee.
Very good. Thank you, Director Molhoff, and I'll pile on the gratitude for the work that's happening up at Fort Calhoun. Super important, super important work. Okay, as I mentioned in the chat, we are going to stick with our schedule, even though we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So we're going to take our break now, and just to keep this nice and clean, we'll reconvene at noon, which is giving you pretty close to a full 45-minute break. So you now have 45 minutes, lunchtime. And at noon, we will come back with public information. Have a good break, everybody.
How's everything in Lincoln?
Hey, Brett, could you just make sure everybody's muted?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Brent, can you hear me?
Yes, Mo, you're good. Thank you.
Awesome.
Hi, Lisa.
Hello, are you ready for Heat the Streets virtually, Director Moha?
I am. I met with the team yesterday morning, and yeah, we're excited.
Yeah, I saw we got your quotes already, so we're ready to rock and roll.
Well, thank you very much for doing that, Janice. Thank you.
I have a speechwriter.
Well, and we appreciate your husband as well, so thank you for you and Wayne doing that.
You all know that Sarah Howard was co-chair with her mom. Yeah, before too. So that's pretty exciting.
Yep, last year, yes. There's been years that it was really cold and years that it was really warm. So. Hey, Julie, maybe you and I need to run it this year, virtually.
Yeah, I could do it virtually. Haha.
Yeah.
One thing about doing it virtually is you don't have to ever worry about coming in last.
Good point.
No one will see you when you're doing it. So
I remember when I ran the half marathon in Lincoln and some of the people that crossed the finish line before me, I was like, oh my gosh.
Okay, I've got high noon. Let's see who we have. Okay. Here they come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 1 second. I'm counting. 1, 2. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. We are on to public information. Director Yoder, you're up.
Great, thank you very much. Next slide, please, Mo. There we go. The meeting was held last Tuesday, January 12th. We had those directors who were present were our 2 new board members, as well as Director Kavanaugh and myself. The legislative and regulatory update, Lisa and Tim O'Brien and crew provided an update. You're going to see that coming up. We discussed in committee the mostly things that were happening at the state level. We will expect a fuller discussion of what's happening at the federal level at the next PI meeting. There was some conversation given at the federal level, given FERC's proposed policy statement about carbon pricing last November, and in anticipation of the reintroduction of legislation on the Hill about carbon pricing. And I want to thank CEO Burke for responding to that as well. And we're going to, that was good information to have, and there will be continued discussion on that, I'm sure. I would say relative to BL9, I'm really happy with how Tim O'Brien and the crew and Lisa and the crew have been responding and really working hard to keep us up to date on what's happening. On the customer trends update, again, we'll get that update here in just a minute. There are ties to that affordability discussion naturally, and so this is something where the 2 committees will need to be talking with each other throughout the year as we talk about affordability. There was one item that we discussed that you won't see here presented today, but it was brought up in committee. There's a change in the rate on the electric line protection, and we discussed that briefly. It's the comments that were made, it's going to be taken under consideration, is to recognize that not everyone may need electric line protection, and we should probably make that clear. This reflects a growing understanding of the board consumer advocacy role in addition to our governance and regulatory roles, and always to be the first and best source of information. Lastly, we had a brief discussion about the board work plan. Not enough time, I don't think, was allowed for the preparation of a deep discussion on SD11 and SD13. We will probably talk about that in governance just a little bit, but I expect changes to SD11 and SD13 to also come up at the next PI committee meeting. With that, sweeping way back to where we began here, legislative and regulatory update. If I could turn this over to you, VP Olson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Director Yoder. I too, on behalf of our team, want to welcome Director Spurgeon and Director Howard. We've had the privilege of having both of them in our lives over the last several years. Director Spurgeon has been active in our stakeholder process, and then Director Howard, which I'm used to calling her Senator Howard, which I'm sure will continue to do that, has been very helpful for public power in terms of what we've been doing in the state legislature and what she's been doing with her leadership. So we're excited to have both of them on the board of directors. So welcome. Well, it's day 9 of the 107th legislation. And in fact, this morning, as we were speaking and you were going through your other items, my text messages were blowing up because we had several bills that were even introduced during that short period of time, and tomorrow will be the last day of bills being introduced. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague and friend, Tim O'Brien. So Mr. O'Brien.
Great, good afternoon. Audio check, sound okay? All right, thank you. It's a pleasure to provide an update to you today. Lisa, thanks for the tee-up, and Director Yoder as well, and welcome to Directors Spurgeon and Howard. We have a prepared update for you on very much focused on state efforts. We do have a little bit on the federal side, as Director Yoder mentioned, and we'll do a deeper dive at the next PI and board committee. And so the break was nice. I was able to catch up on some of the 100 bills that were introduced. So looking here at the second slide, where we've been from our last update to the board to today, a lot of things have happened. Wrap up of elections. The election in Georgia was one that we followed very closely to see where things would lie in Washington. We've focused a lot on the work plan that was presented to the board public information committee in the fourth quarter, and in driving those efforts forward, which I'm pleased to speak about in just a few slides about our great leadership there. We've been doing a lot of work with potential legislation, answering questions, meeting new senators. The big thing I like to mention is legislative work is a team sport. And so you'll hear that come up a few times. So we have so many folks across the district that are subject matter experts helping us review and provide thoughts and perspective around various proposals. And a couple folks from my team are on the call today, Seth Boyles and Michaela Valentine. Seth leads the day-to-day operations in Lincoln for us, so he may provide some comment on if there's some technical aspects to various bills. Next slide, Mo. Here's just a look back. I share this slide just as a perspective of this is the last legislative session, just to set the framework of how many bills you might be able to see us look at or focus on. And it was a unique session. We just finished in August, and so we're back at it again today. But we typically follow around 100 bills or so. The bill review doc that we're looking at right now is almost at that level, so it shows to be a busy session for us. Next slide, Mo. So I want to jump into a little bit of the details to set the stage. Lisa mentioned we're in day 9 of 90 days, and the big note here is that we're in the middle of bill introduction. So I would anticipate that many of you have many questions about where the bills are headed. We'll touch on a few of them, and we'll continue to keep updating as we're reviewing and reading. There's just a lot of aspects to that. One of the things that I'll talk about in the coming slides, we do have a new Speaker of the Legislature this year, Speaker Hilgers, and he's changing and some of the rules on how the legislature operate. Certainly the COVID environment is creating some challenges for us. And so one of the things that will be different is how hearings are handled. And so we expect on the 21st, I believe, the Senator Speaker Hilgers to provide an update on how hearings will be held. We do know that he is leaning towards all-day hearings, which is a unique way of looking at things. Usually debate would happen in the morning and hearings would be in the afternoon. So I point out a few of those things as some of the rules and process are changing a little bit. We'll continue to keep you informed as those changes happen. Next slide, please, Mo. A few of the committees have changed. One of these, I apologize, Senator Hughes is the new executive committee, so in bold indicates new leadership in various committees. If you want to go to the next slide, Mo, the Natural Resources Committee is the slide that or the area that we spend most of our time. Senator Bosselman is the new chair of that committee. Mo, if you want to go to the next one, I think we've got a breakdown of some of the bills, and then I'll speak a little bit to the committee here. There we go. Great, thanks, Mo. So the committee makeup is just a little different than in the past. So we have a new chair, and then several of the members are new. So the committees of 8, we have 4 new members, 4 returning members in the particular committee. Mo, I apologize. My internet cut out, and I might have got us out of order slightly. If you maybe want to go back to the last slide, slide 60. Great, thank you. Sorry about that. So major themes of the legislature, I share this just for context of what we're working with over the 90-day session. The big theme is the budget, and so the budget will be prepared. One item that OPPD spent a fair amount of time looking at and understanding, and Mr. Burke's leadership was around Space Command. Unfortunately, since we prepared the slides, it looks as though Space Command will be headed to Huntsville, Alabama. So it just shows how quickly, unfortunately, things can change. Taxes being another big topic, property taxes, changes to tax code, exemptions, et cetera, will be another topic. Corrections and prisons, so there's a discussion about a variety of topics there, including the potential to build a new prison within the state. Broadband is a topic that I'll discuss a little bit further in our specific OPPD update. Another big part of this session will be redistricting plans, and so there's a committee prepared to look at redistricting due to the new census information, COVID recovery and policy around that, business support, and constituents around COVID is also a big topic that we're seeing. As of when we finished the slides last Friday, there was 419 bills. Just this morning, there was 104 new ones. That brings our total to 587. Right now, I think we're looking at about 80 or 90. As you can see, a lot of big topics coming up. Mo, if you'd be so kind to jump to slide 62 for me. So we'll jump a little bit in a deeper dive on some of the bills that are of interest to OPPD, and I want to highlight some of our leadership in these areas, which is something that we've been driving forward that came out of our work planning efforts with the PI committee and with senior management. The first is on broadband. There's a variety of bills on broadband, ranging to just improvements of broadband. The governor has a proposal in the budget to add $20 million for this year and next year for more broadband deployment in the state. One bill we're interested in specifically was just introduced last week. That's LB 460. It changes the ability for public power entities to use dark fiber for the leasing of that fiber to internet providers. And so it's not OPPD directly competing in that space. It's using our infrastructure to support the employment of broadband across our service territory. Also, we found just from a working remote and economic development perspective, this to be a big, big topic. And so carrying through the legislature. The next one, changes to the state LIHEAP. LIHEAP stands for Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. This bill I'm really excited about, and this is an OPPD-led effort. and it's quite unprecedented. The bill has 25 co-sponsors on it, with Senator Brandt introducing it for us. What's exciting about this bill is it changes a couple technical aspects on how the program is able to support customers in need. One of the changes that it changes the percentage of the federal poverty level from 130 to 150%. And so what does that mean? Well, it means that about 30,000 more customers could be eligible for support from the program. And so we're really quite excited about that. The other is a change that would allow more funds to be used or allocated in the weatherization program. So right now, it's a little less than 10%. The bill states that not less than 10% would be allocated for the weatherization program. So excited about that bill and our leadership in that area. Similarly, on the weatherization front, another bill was introduced. It's LB 449 that includes $100,000 to the weatherization assistance program. Again, just another area to support our customers in need at the current time and going into the future. I'll hit just a few more bills here. Another bill that has had lots of discussion around open meetings, how they're held. The current statutes are quite old. There's a few, or there's been a variety of discussions on this, just how virtual meetings are held and some clarity around that. So LB 83 was introduced to frankly update the ability to have virtual meetings. We're overall pretty pleased with the improvements. We think there's some more that might be able to be made for some more flexibility for boards. So we're watching this one really, really closely. I'll hit on just a few more that I know that came up in the Public Information Committee, and then some of the questions from other board members. Another one that came up is LB 226. This is a Renewable Energy Standards Act. Or also in some of the language, it also references a clean energy standard. Overall, it relates very closely to our SD7 directive and our 2050 goal. There's some items that we've reviewed from a technical perspective. There's a little bit of a conflicting aspect of a renewable energy standard or a clean energy standard. There are a couple different pieces, I think, as you well know, and some aspects of what's included, what isn't. So we're reviewing that bill, but we think it's overall very thoughtful of looking at this issue. And so we're working through the technical aspects of the bill. We think there's some clarity that could be put in place on several of the aspects of the particular bill. Another couple bills I think that'll probably come up for questioning, so I'll just bring up now. LB 483, this was a bill on the climate action study that we talked about last session. It's I think it's almost verbatim from the last bill. We did have some aspects of some areas that we'd like to see some improvement potentially in the bill around public power having a seat at the table, how eminent domain is utilized, and then the funding aspects of this. So that's a few items there from what we talked about at the Public Information Committee. And since then, there's been many other bills coming up related to some around transmission, some around wind energy, siting and safety. There's one on one call. There's a couple that came in on the topics of net metering. And so there's just a variety of bills coming up that we're continuing to review and evaluate and provide updates to the senior management team, our subject matter experts, and then weekly to the board and the updates to you. I'll pause there as you may have questions. I have just a couple other slides to close on where we're headed from the state perspective, some process improvements and how you can expect to receive updates. Mo, maybe if you want to go to that next slide. This is really the last one on the state perspective. And so then we can talk about any questions you have. But right now we're in this review process. It's very much real time. Subject matter experts are receiving bills from us. Lisa has just updated the senior management team on many of the bills that I just described and discussed. We're also going in further on how bills might relate to our strategic directives or our strategic initiatives. as well. And then we're starting to think about I'll call it the political strategy on how the bills might proceed, what committee they'll go to, who's opposing and why they might be opposing. Will the bill receive a priority designation? Might it be part of another package? So there's just a lot of things happening and changing over time, and the bill and or our thoughts and perspectives may change as the bill moves from hearing to first round of debate, second round, et cetera. So I use the word agile. We remain very agile in Lincoln as just we're in the 9th day of the 90-day session. And as mentioned on the slide, we plan to do some more updates to the Public Information Committee, updates to all of you weekly, and then time-sensitive information. Lisa can speak to that if we need to testify or a bill changes or a position, et cetera. Lisa will continue to update you there. And then even in the break, Lisa and I were talking about how we can continue more improvements and keeping the best source of information or the first source of information on our matters. So we appreciate the process improvement perspective. So I will pause there. That concludes the prepared remarks for the state session. I do have 3 or 4 slides looking at the next congressional session.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I didn't see whose hand went up first, but I see 2 are up. Director Moody.
Can we go back to the previous slide, please? Mo, could we go back? There we go. Thank you. So these are the ones that I think when I read these are the ones that really directly impact us, right? Like we can draw a very distinct line from these bills to our mission. One of the things that I've appreciated about what we've done in years past, my experience is that we also look for and potentially weigh in on bills that maybe don't have quite the direct line of connection, so to speak. So, the equal employment discrimination bill that's come up many times is a good example of that. So I guess I just maybe am asking to affirm that we're still taking that same approach, and we've got kind of the core that we're really focused on, but there are some other ones that are still kind of mission connected and aligned with the way in which our organization operates anyway, that we're going to keep an eye on as well, right?
That's correct, Director Moody. That's why the list has gotten so much longer, is because we're looking at all of our values as well as our mission, and then the impacts to the community as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, and Chairman Moody, I would just share that also we'll look at other partners around some of that legislation too, coming just from the chair of the Omaha Chamber. I know there's some interest in either support of some bills or opposition in other bills that I think would align with those kinds of things. And we'll make sure that we also kind of align our perspective with our other partners around this work as well. So appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Director Moody. Director Williams.
Yeah, thanks very much for the update. I guess you mentioned it. I'm not sure if it was included in the update that we received, the table showing all of the bills, but Tim, you mentioned a couple on the topic of net metering. Is there a chance you could provide us the numbers so we could read a little bit more about those?
You bet. They just came in today. It may be just a second, Director Williams. I may put them in the chat. They're pretty small changes. One was a change on AC output, and another was on, I think, the peak demand offering for net metering. But I'll find them real quick and can put them in the chat here.
Thank you, Director O'Brien. And I'm going to come right back to you, Director Williams, in case you got a follow on. Oh, could you go to the next slide? And just to confirm for folks the process here, the directors have received a matrix that are listing the bills. As noted, those bills are not all in yet. We will get, after the team reviews them, forms an initial position. The directors will get an update to that matrix showing whether we support, oppose, or are simply monitoring at this time. So we aren't yet to those formal opinions, and we're still learning what bills are coming in. Go ahead, Director Williams. Sorry, Mr. O'Brien, you're going to put something in the chat. Did you have any other response? Director Williams, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I appreciate the information about the net metering bills. That was something we talked about in the past at significant length. And so I think that's something that I'll be interested to hear more about and how we are engaging on that. And yeah, not included in the chart because they were both submitted this morning. So thanks very, very much for the update there, Tim. You mentioned another one, LB 266. I guess I'd be curious to hear more about that one in the near future. We had previously talked about the difference between a renewable portfolio standard and a clean energy standard. Sounds like some clarification is being discussed there, but overall, that one is a relatively short bill, just more than 2 pages, and the meat of it is net zero carbon by 2050, which, as was mentioned, is in line with our Strategic Directive 7. And so I hope this is something that we can find a way to be supportive of, because we have indicated in the past that a bill at the state level that matches our clean energy objectives, and this is literally the same metric for accomplishment on carbon reduction. I hope this is something that we can end up being supportive of. I know there are some minor changes and we have some work to do there, but this is, again, a response to some previous discussions that have been around a renewable portfolio standard. This is in line with what we had said we would be supporting. And I think it's important that we demonstrate that not only within OPPD, but across the state of Nebraska, we are setting policies that help to push us toward that clean energy transition. We currently don't really have any official state energy plan or policy about moving to clean energy. And I think this moves us in that direction. And so I really hope that this is one we can end up being vocally supportive of.
And Director Williams, I appreciate those comments. And as you know, we spend a lot of time with our outreach to staff members, as well as to the senators and the community about our various initiatives. And those are the items, specifically our strategic directives that we do talk to the senators about. So they're quite aware of our actions and where we're going. So I appreciate that.
You complete, Director Williams? Director Howard.
Thank you, Director Yoder. And Tim, thank you for the update. Since I'm new here, I wanted to ask if you could point me towards the policies that help you with your legislative decision-making and sort of how you decide whether or not you support a piece of legislation. Is it based on exclusively the green copy, or do you try to work with an introducer, and then what your policies are around notifying a senator of the position of OPPD? Are there written policies in regards to that, and where can I find them?
I'm not sure which Tim you're asking, but I'll go ahead. I'm one of the Tims. Typically, yeah. So typically what we do is we will take our strategic directives, the 15 strategic directives, as the kind of encompassing on whether or not we would support legislation. Lisa, Tim, you guys add as you guys do most of that filtering and vetting out. And to Director Williams, there are points where there are pieces of bills, as you can well understand, that we agree with, but then it's sometimes not the what, it's the how. And so we want to make sure the how matches up with what we believe is appropriate, whether it's in funding or whether it's in who's on the review committee or whatever that may look like. So there are those elements that we will work directly with senators on saying, hey, we appreciate this bill, we support this bill, but here are the changes we need to really take a corporate organization position on supporting it. So we may conditionally support it with these potential changes, and many times we're able to work through those changes with the legislator staff and the legislators themselves. Tim or Lisa, I'll let you engage around that.
Yeah, and I added in the chat there, great question, Director Howard. What we do is we go through all of our SDs, and we do that with our work plan as well, and which ones overlap, and use that really as our guidepost. And you'll see that in the bill tracker of which SDs that we took into consideration, and as we're putting our positions together. Hopefully that was helpful.
Well, I think it was a twofold question. One is how you're making decisions around supporting legislation, and then also what sort of policies you have in place in terms of those interactions with legislators. notifying them in advance whether or not you're making decisions exclusively on the green copy or whether or not you can move based on changes. And so I think there must be a policy written somewhere about how you decide to support a piece of legislation.
Yeah, I would say, let me back up here. I got to see. I would say there's a couple things in our governance documents. It talks about the CEO has the accountability to determine legislation, regulatory positions that we will take, and we take them and make them based on our strategic directives, and then we share them. At least our positions, we'll share them with the board as a whole to get their feedback, perspective, and insight. And there are times that based on that feedback, perspective, and insight, we may change a position from an opposed to monitor, from a support to monitor, or just neutral based on that feedback from the board. So it's a process that we'll engage with the board on. There is a work plan that Lisa and the team shared 2 months ago or 3 months ago when we were kind of working through this, kind of said, here are the things that we are going to kind of support and focus on in the upcoming legislative session. We have the green copy. Certainly that's an initial piece. But then as we engage on whatever that bill is, we'll go back to that senator and say, listen, we can't support this bill, and here are the 3 reasons why. And we've done that on some net metering bills. We've done that on a climate study bill, and asked the senator to think about changes to that so that we would support it. And there are times that we support bills that maybe other constituents or other public entities in the state do not. So there's 2 pieces to that, Senator Howard, Director Howard, is that one is we really review our strategic directives. The team makes a recommendation to the senior management team. We make a recommendation to the board about here are our positions based on the bills that we know today. But as they change or as they get modified, we change our positions on them. So that's the agile piece I think Tim was talking about. Many times you get the first green sheet kind of bill, but over the course, by the time it's actually introduced or by the time it morphs into something else or is attached to something else, something's added, something's subtracted, that'll change our mechanism of position on the bill.
Director Howard.
And a big save to Mo, because specifically I was just asking for where the policy was, not what it was. But explaining all of that to me, that's very nice of you.
All right.
So now I have the policy. That was what I was looking for. And then I think I was also looking for if you have policies in place around when you notify an introducer and how soon you notify an introducer. More because a lot of groups now have policies in place so that you tell them as soon as possible so that you don't harm the relationship. But it doesn't look like you do. So I'll look at BL9 and then circle back with any questions I have from there. Thank you.
Yeah. Director Howard, I think the other thing is what CEO Burke just mentioned. For the first time since I was on the board, Tim O'Brien offered the work plan, and I think having that pointed out to you, and Ms. Henners, I'm not sure, I know it was offered publicly, but whether that was the November meeting, that's what I'm thinking, or if there's some shortcut that we can offer to remind people where that is, that would be useful.
Yeah, we'll just send that to each of the board members, Director Yoder, just so that they have that and they can refer to that. So,
right. Okay. Is there anything further, Director Howard?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And I do not see. I don't see any other hands raised. Terrific. Just want to throw out a note. I appreciate the team's leadership on the LIHEAP effort, and kudos to that. Back to you, Mr. O'Brien.
Thanks so much, Director Yoder. I may add just a couple real small things on the topic before. We do work really closely with the Nebraska Power Association, and so there's a lot of aspects there that we align in coalition build. And then Seth Boyles from my team, he's in Lincoln every day, and early and often is the quote that we use to make sure and stay engaged with with our legislators. So thanks for the great discussion. I have just 3 slides on the federal side. One is a look back, one's just kind of the lay of the land and then where we're going. I know there'll be a lot of interest with the transition happening tomorrow, and so we will do a deeper dive as we move forward, but want to just hit a few highlights about where we've been and where we're going. So here's a summary of the 116th Congress. I thought this was kind of a nice chart that just showed how many bills are introduced and what's enacted. This is about 100 more bills than the 115th Congress passed. So I think they had about 300. This is just a little over 200. And so a lot of times my team, we get questions about, what about this bill? How will this work? The punchline is many of them, they all fold into larger packages. And so some of the larger packages we're still reviewing. One of them is the omnibus bill that was passed right at the end of the year. It's about 5,000 pages with budget and other things. And so we think there's some grant opportunities, to give you an example, possibly for us to consider. One of the biggest successes last year that I'm really proud of is our ability to stand up and utilize the CARES Act funding for our customers. And so we're very much an example for a lot of other utilities. Julie will talk a little bit about that in her customer trends update, but that was a wonderful success for us, and we're continuing to watch very closely on the next stimulus package that pieces and parts have been unveiled. So just wanted to provide this summary for you. Mo, if you'd be so kind to go to the next slide. This is just a brief breakdown of where we're at. Congress started on the 3rd. The Georgia elections were the next step that we watched, and there's a Democratic House majority, and then things are split at the Senate, which is really interesting as the Vice President gets to break that tie. And so the next slide, knowing those items, is what we think may be possible. And so we put together a few parts on this last slide here about specific items related to our energy sector. So the first on the top box is must-pass legislation. This is the Transportation Act. It's typically 5 years. It was extended a year last year. We watched this one really closely because it has infrastructure items in it. There was a conflict between the House version and the Senate version, and so we'll watch. They were spread apart, I think, $300 or $400 million dollars apart. And so we're keenly watching that. There'll be some things in there for electric vehicles, electrification, et cetera. So that's a big part of it. I have the top line of the Democratic and Republican priorities on both sides. And so so what does all that mean? And so this is our team just projecting a little bit. There'll be much more to go, but I think some items that are helpful going forward. We expect there's a high chance of an extension of the production tax credit and the investment tax credit for wind and solar production. So we're watching that closely. Also renewable or energy R&D, research and development. There's a whole bunch of things packed into that bucket, from grants, innovation, et cetera. So we're keenly watching those items. Another topic, enhanced grid security. This is another big part for us, especially with our connection to Offutt as well. So we watch those very keenly. Increasing subsidies for advanced biofuels. This is for a lot of aspects, and even for our state and economy being agriculture based. And so that relates a little bit to our business as well, for our purposes and then our customers' purposes. And so some of those are the likely aspects. We'll get clarity now. A lot of bills are introduced, and the new administration is really pushing forward their 100-day plan. So we will certainly keep you informed as we have the adventures in Washington. So that concludes the prepared remarks I have for the Congress update.
I do see a hand, Director Williams.
Yeah, great. Glad to hear about all this. This is very helpful guidance. Under the lower left box, I see introduction of environmental justice measures. I'm very glad to see that. That's something we've talked about several times in the past. We don't currently have any language in any of our policies that relates directly to environmental justice. And so I am interested to see how we potentially engage on that issue. It's something that's very important to me It's a critical part of the clean energy transition. And so I'll be interested to hear more about any bills that are introduced there and how we are defining whether or not we are supportive or how we are engaging on those bills, because again, we don't have any clear policy now, but maybe that's something we should look at in order to help guide how we would engage in those issues at the federal level or even at the state level. So thanks very much for putting that on the slide. I look forward to hearing about that.
Thank you, Director Williams. Director Howard, is your hand up again, or is it legacy up?
Oh, my hand's not up anymore.
Okay, very good. Anyone else have any questions, comments? Very good. Thank you, Lisa and your team. Let's move on to customer trends. Ms. Comstock.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to start with my video, and hopefully I'll be able to support that with my internet connection. But if I start breaking up, I trust everyone will let me know. I'll shut the video down. So again, I want to thank the board and Director Yoder for allowing us this time to just give a brief update on what we're seeing with our customer trends, and to share the awesome work that the OPPD team has been doing to better serve our customers as they may be challenged as a result of COVID and the impact that it's had on the economy. So again, our age debts balances we're going to see here in a minute are higher than they normally are, but the trends we're seeing continue to be very positive, and I'm really excited to show you where we are in December and to provide some context of where we've been. We include this slide just as a, within the public meeting material so that everybody has a reference point of the programs and offerings we currently have in place. We're continuing to offer some optional additional payment options for, beyond what are our normal offerings. And so that continues to be in effect. We are waiving the fees on our collection and reconnect policies for that first time out in 2021, again, to provide some relief to those customers, and also offering flexibility on waiving late payment charges. You may recall we shifted from a, I'll say, more global approach to waiving fees to more specific and individualized based on the circumstances that we were seeing with individual customers. I'll hit on the energy assistance on that specific slide. And then I think the big thing to note here is just that the offerings are still in place, and we continue to do the marketing to the targeted customers that we believe would benefit from these programs based on the account balances and trends we're seeing on their accounts. So Mo, if you can go to the next slide. So on this slide, again, it provides a lot of detail. I'm not going to go through all of the numbers that you see here, but I want to call out on that first line, the percent of accounts current, which is reflecting the customer accounts that are able to remain current, get their bill paid within that first month. You can see we're back at kind of a steady state on both the residential and the commercial. So that's a really good indication of our customers' ability to pay their bills. And then the other line that I've typically focused on in this slide deck is that fourth line down, the total age debt that's 91 plus. And so this is where I want to give a little bit of perspective. You can see that on the residential side, it's still slightly up at the end of December 2020 compared to 2019. But if we go back to what I shared in June, that debt at the end of June in the 91 plus had approached about 6 times the normal level. And so that was very concerning to us. That meant we had customers that hadn't paid, oftentimes clear back to the previous fall, so October of 2019. And that was in part due to us relaxing, I'll say, all of our policies relative to late payment charge and relative to not disconnecting for non-payment. And so we eased back into our normal collection practices and focused on those higher debt amounts in June we were honored to receive on behalf of our customers $2 million out of Douglas County's CARES Fund, and we're excited to report that all but about $6,000 of that $2 million was applied to our customers' accounts at the end of the year, and so that was really exciting to see. We also had about $200,000 that came from state. We had $1 million allocated, and $200,000 of that was applied. So between the work of getting those energy assistance dollars and getting them applied to accounts, making arrangements with our customers, working with other agencies to get customers connected to help that's available in the community, we've been able to manage that debt back down to what are more normal levels. And so we're really excited about that. Think that we're in a pretty good place at the end of the year, and hope to continue to see these trends continue with the work that Britton and Seth have been doing to continue to get additional funds for the benefit of our customers through that Douglas County assistance. So I'm going to pause here and ask if there are any questions on this particular slide before we move into the energy assistance.
Director Williams?
Yeah, Julie, we had previously talked about utilization of the CARES funding, and you mentioned that essentially all of the $2 million in Douglas County was expended. So thanks very much. Very glad to hear that. That's a great update. I know that the deadline was tight there at the end of the year, but I think that's a great accomplishment to make sure that we utilize that funding toward helping people who were in need of assistance. So much appreciation to you and your team and the outreach and getting that implemented. On the other funding for the non-Douglas County, that was from the state, and I guess I'm uncertain about what happens there. The timeline was originally set to be the end of 2020. My understanding was the omnibus bill extended the deadline on CARES funding to the end of 2021. So is the funding in the non-Douglas County area still available, or is there? Can you give us a status update on where that is with the legislative change at the federal level at the end of the year?
Yes, so it's up to the state on whether we had to return those funds or not. And so they indicated that they had allocated the funds to other uses. And so we would not have the remaining $800,000 available to utilize for our customers in 2021.
And is that, I guess, is that a final decision? I mean, is there any ongoing discussions at the state level about that? Because I mean, I think we believe that there was a need in the non-Douglas County areas, and you know, the potential extension of the funding use was going to be helpful. You know, is that ongoing? Is there still some window of discussion, or is that final? And if so, do we know what the decision was about where those funds might otherwise be utilized?
I am not sure what they were utilizing. That I believe they would have had to have used them for other CARES expenditures that the state incurred. And I'm looking to see if Britton, yes, Britton's on. So Britton may have more detail relative to that, but it's my understanding that they're not available, but we would still work with the state on what funds might be available for our customers outside of Douglas County as we move into 2021. So Britton, do you have anything to add to that?
Good afternoon, Britton Gable, Senior Product Specialist at OPPD. Director, what Julie had shared is spot on. The state did close down those CARES funds that weren't expended, and they did. We don't know what those funds were allocated towards, but Seth Voiles and myself and Dollar Energy Fund, we're actively working on the new CARES money that's going to be coming in with the new stimulus to be on top of that to go ahead and apply for that funding. They weren't going to reopen that leftover funding for application for nonprofits. They depleted that, and based on the message that we had received from the state is that they made that based on the timeline at that time prior to that bill being passed. So they had already made the decision on the expenditures and everything. So Dollar Energy Fund has returned the remaining money to the state. So now we are keeping our head on a swivel and trying to stay up to date on what's happening with this new CARES money. or new COVID relief money, part of the new stimulus appropriations bill, to make sure we're active in getting additional funding for our counties outside of Douglas.
Great, and I knew you would be. Thanks very much, Britton, and to the whole team working on that. That's great to hear.
Good, thank you. Director Mulhoff.
Yeah, Julie, you said that you felt like that we were in a steady state with counts in arrears and age debt and counts current. It looks to me like all those numbers are creeping up again, though. Is that a trend, or is that a concern? Because it looks to me like every column is worse in December than it was in November. And so
that's a great question. So I would say typically that can shift from month to month based on the seasonality of the bills that are shifting into those aged debt buckets. And so certainly it could be an accumulation of more customers are in there, but also we see it as higher summer bills that are getting moved into that 91 plus. So it's a combination of both. And I think when I'm making my comments, I'm looking more at that aggregate level, and that the debt, those accounts that had the largest debt, we're seeing that come down. Those were the accounts that were significantly benefited from the CARES funding that was available. So
Director Mulhoff, and one other comment on this is Javier Fernandez. The other piece is we are still, unemployment in the state of Nebraska is still higher today than it was a year ago. So that's an undeniable fact. That, however, it has improved. So earlier in 2020, unemployment rates went up significantly, and they have since come down. But we are still not at the same unemployment rate that we were back in December of 2019. So that it's something that we'll continue to see as the economy continues to recover. But I think that explains partially why we're seeing also a little bit higher numbers in December of 2020 than we saw in December of 2019. We have not recovered completely. Unemployment is not at the same level as it was a year ago. So I just want to call that out as part of it is that recovery of the economy still taking place.
right, and I was just looking at between November of 2020 and December of 2020, every category was worse. And so I know that you're watching that, Julie, but I just, steady state is the pandemic's still raging.
right. So the other thing to consider, Director Mulhoff, is that we've moved into weather that we're not able to disconnect every day. And so typically what you would see is our age debt starts growing. You know, I think last winter, that age debt would go up about $500,000 for each month that we were unable to disconnect services. So that's another contributor to why the age debt, the 91 plus dollars, continues to grow throughout the winter. So I would say that's kind of a normal trend just based on us moving into the winter months. The other thing I wanted to add here is that, you know, I mentioned that the debt was in 91 plus was at about $3 million on the residential side at the end of June. And typically when it gets into that 91 plus, either customers are able to pay it down or they're typically getting disconnected. And lots of times when they get disconnected, a third of the time, they are not getting it reconnected and it's going into a write-off category. And so what I think has been really impressive with the work that's been done by the team this year, customer service, finance, the technology and solutions we've been able to put in place for customers, is that the write-off, the actual accounts that went into write-off, the net amount was 1.4 million in 2020. And over the last 5 years, that's been close to 1.9 million. And so again, it's very telling of the impact that energy assistance dollars has on the ability for the customer to come back and pay, the ability for the customers to have different options available so that they can ease into getting their bills caught up and paid down. So at this point, those are the things that I'm seeing, that it feels like we've ended in a pretty good place. And the team is continuing to monitor the, not just what's going on and what we see in our data, but to Javier's point, what is going on outside of OPPD with the economy and different indicators in terms of, are things opening back up and staying open, or are we seeing things start to close down, and we'll adjust our programs accordingly.
Are you complete, Director Mulhoff? Thank you. Director Moody.
Thank you, Director Yoder. Question, maybe this is for you, Britton. I've heard, and this, I definitely don't have expertise on this, but I keep hearing that there is additional, pretty close to no strings money coming through Douglas County that's going to get allocated for utility assistance. I'm wondering if you could tell us if that's true, and what it is, how much, who's going to have decision-making authority on what the criteria for access are. I'll stop there because it might just be a bad rumor. So go ahead.
All right, Director Moody. So last Tuesday, Douglas County had awarded $2 million in utility assistance to Dollar Energy Fund, with $1 million being earmarked for MUD and $1 million being earmarked for OPPD. So the next step here is that it is true that this program and funding will have different qualifications. The contract has not been put in place between Douglas County and Dollar Energy Fund yet. There's a meeting coming up this week with Dollar Energy Fund and OPPD and MUD to continue to hopefully make progress on that. So as soon as we have more details on what the program will look like, we will definitely get that communicated. So at this time, it is true that it'll be more flexible because this isn't specific CARES Act funding, that we have to abide by the economic impact policies that were in place and the verification for that. So our goal is to have this program, even though that funding, as Julie stated, made a huge difference in our community and for our customers, this new funding will have different requirements to where hopefully we can continue to serve those impacted by COVID-19 and take lessons learned and continue to grow and offer more efficient and effective systems for our customers.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got a follow-up. So help me understand the contract that determines the qualifications is between Douglas County and Dollar Energy. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then do we have influence over what those criteria are? Because my thinking on Dollar Energy is that they're kind of they're the executor of the plan, but they're not necessarily putting the plan together. So what's our play in all of this? What's our role in affecting the contract?
Director Moody, we do have a substantial role in that, in collaborating with Douglas County, Dollar Energy Fund, and MUD, us coming together with a plan that we all agree to on what's going to actually be best for our customers. So when we approach Douglas County with this, MUD, OPPD, and Dollar Energy Fund are aligned in doing what's best for our customers and making sure the program is something that is accessible and responsive, and that's going to truly make an impact. So yeah, we do have influence in that, and it's a matter of coming to agreement for those discussions with Douglas County.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I think the words you used were accessible, responsible, and having a big impact, right? Like as criteria, like that's great. And the accessibility for me is an important one. To the extent that we can put something in place that doesn't have a bunch of strings attached, that has barriers removed, let's get the money in people's hands as quickly as we can. Okay, I'm complete. Thank you.
Moody. Yes, it's important to stay frictionless on all of these. So VP Comstock, I know you have one more slide, and as you transition can you remind everybody, you mentioned earlier that we were shifting in our weather patterns. Can you remind everybody what the shutoff policy is?
Sure. So in the winter time, if the temperatures fall below 32 degrees, then we do not disconnect the service. We will still go out and attempt to collect and consult the customer, but we're not disconnecting the services unless there's been fraudulent activity on the account, but those are really rare.
Thank you for that reminder.
Sure. So you can advance to the next slide, please, Mo. And we've covered some of the comments, but I think this slide, is one that tells a fantastic story in that between our community, the different agencies, OPPD's own Energy Assistance Fund, we hit almost $9.4 million of assistance that was applied to our customers' accounts, and that doesn't include an additional $400,000 of CARES Act money that was, I'll say, in transit at the end of the year. So we got really close to 10 million, and so that was wonderful to see. Kind of every category you can see had an increase there. I want to call out the other agency assistance. This is when we get questions on. So that could be, Salvation Army, American Red Cross, St. Vincent de Paul, any church or other agency that's kind of registered with OPPD to be able to pay bills on behalf of our customers is represented in those numbers there. So the CARES Act, Britton talked a little bit about that. I think one of the things that I just want to emphasize here is 85% of the customers, and this is over in the box on the right, the CARES Act update, 85% of the customers that applied for CARES Act fund actually received funds. And so that was fantastic work by Britton early in the year, and the support team along with him in terms of moving into this world of having Dollar Energy to have a technology platform that was well positioned for us to pursue the CARES Act money and have a great process that was low effort for the customer and easily audited, and it just was a great process to have in place, and timing was perfect for what our customers were experiencing. And so I just want to compliment again the work that Britton did and Seth Voiles certainly in collaborating with Douglas County and the state in order to get those additional funds, because that made a huge difference in the lives of our customers this year and reducing that energy burden. I think we hit on most of the other comments that we had relative to the CARES Fund and just the overall. So if there's any other questions that you may have.
I don't see any. Waiting just a moment. I think that was a terrific report, very thorough. And with that, I think the PI committee report is complete.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Director Yoder. Echo that. I really appreciate, Julie, you and your team bringing this every month. This is important work, and I really value the perspective. And I thank you for taking our input into consideration as you map out the work. So thanks for the hard work. Okay, we are on to governance. So I'm going to handle governance in absence of having a chair for governance for the next couple months. So I'll do a super quick chair report. We're going to take a 5-ish minute break before we get into other business. So y'all can refresh your drinks then. We did hold a governance committee meeting on the 15th. Items 1 and 3 will roll into our other business discussion later. So we will have a conversation today about our board work plan and what that process will be like. And we'll take our first test run as we think about what things that might be in the parking lot need to come onto the work plan. So Scott will kind of lead us through that discussion. And naturally, number 3 was a great question that Director Yoder raised previously about some certain discussion points, topics that are cross committees. So affordability is a good example that we used, which certainly sits in SD2, which is a finance issue, but it's also a PI issue. So we had a quick conversation about kind of how to best address some of those things that will, again, roll a little bit into our conversation around the work plan here in a little bit. Number 2, board officer elections. So we do have board officer elections coming up on Thursday. So we had a conversation just to pin down the details on what that process is going to be like. And so I'm just going to hit a couple things to perhaps save me some time making phone calls to all of you between today and Thursday. So a few things. One is if there is the possibility that we may have multiple nominations for a position or two. So in that situation, our bylaws allow it, our governance practices allow it, that's totally fine. Nominations do not need to be seconded, so a nomination can occur from anyone and there's no requirement for a second. As we go through this process, so if that occurs, we will take the nominations and then I'm going to allow each of the nominees, if we do have two, to just take a minute or two to make a statement about why they feel like they should be elected to a particular position. But we'll keep that real quick. I don't expect to have comments from the rest of the board on either of those nominations. So I'm hoping to just keep this pretty clean. We also don't, we're not required to take public comment on it on these elections, so I don't anticipate doing that either. I think we're going to just kind of keep moving along. At this point, my plan is to do this via secret vote. We have the option to do it via a tally or a roll call vote, I guess I should say, or a secret vote. I plan to do, if there are two nominations, we'll do it via secret vote. So mechanism, the request right now is that you send Scott Foch an individual private message using WebEx. If anyone is uncomfortable with that, if that's not going to work, then we need please connect with me. The backup plan is for you to send Scott Foch a text message. He will then, once he gets the full tally, validate that with Mr. Bruckner so that we've got two sets of eyes on it. And then they will notify me that those results have been tallied, and we'll make an announcement of who is elected into that particular position. So there will be no public announcement of what the vote tally was, and your vote, because obviously it's a secret ballot, will not be public either. So that's the long and short of it. Does anybody have any quick questions that can be answered right now with respect to what this process will be? I'm open to having a conversation between now and Thursday if we need to have a quick offline about it too. Anybody? I don't see any hands. Okay. Well, like I said, feel free to reach out, especially if... That makes a lot of sense. Did I hear something? No. Okay. Okay. So that's it on board officer elections, and we've been over this many times, so I expect the process to go very smoothly for us. That's my expectation. Okay, that is the end of my governance committee governance chair report. As I said, we're going to take a quick break here before we get into the other business. So I've got 1:06. Let's come back at, I'll give you actually till 1:15. So let's take a break until 1:15, refresh the coffee, do what you need to do, and then we'll come back. We've just got a few items and then we'll be done for the day. Okay.
Okay. All right, now I just need presenter power. Awesome.
Okay, I've got 115. Okay. So the first thing let's do is confirm our board meeting agenda for Thursday. So you're looking at it there. We do not currently have anything as a board discussion action item, which means everything's on consent agenda. Any thoughts on whether or not we should pull anything off of consent and put it in the board discussion action items? Okay, sounds like we're good as is. All right, that's done. Let's go on to the board work plan. I'll just say before I turn it over to you, Scott, that I'm extraordinarily excited about this. as a reminder, this was something that came up during our August workshop. Was an idea that germinated out of that discussion, and I think I'm excited about the way in which it will add just a touch more sort of rigor and structure to how we're going to plan our work. I'll also say that, you know, the analogy that we've been using is that this is a new muscle that we need to kind of get used to using, which is, you know, when you use new muscles is a little bit painful on occasion. So as we get into it and as we work through it, let's keep that in mind, because it's going to be a little bit of a new process for us to work through. And I think, as we talked about it in the governance committee, every item that's in the parking lot, you know, could warrant a long discussion, and the way in which it will kind of flow its way in and out of committees is going to be almost different every time. So I think we need to just kind of acknowledge that there is some nimbleness that's required on our part as we go through this. So with all of that said, I'm going to turn it over to you, Scott, to get us going.
Great, thanks, Craig. What I want to do is walk through really quickly a couple of foundational components, I think, that led us to this space. One is governance process for agenda planning, and this had reviewed and updated September 2020. That informs us that the board, in conjunction with the CEO, shall develop, monitor, and regularly update a work plan comprised of initiatives, topics, and issues it wishes to explore or is required to address over the next 12-month period, in order to guide OPPD staff in preparing agendas for standing committee meetings, regular board meetings, etc. And this was a change. The notion of this being the next 12-month period is this notion that topics, oftentimes as the committees are meeting and convening and others, topics may emerge, and therefore the list of topics actually is quite dynamic. And how does the board as a whole take a look at that, manage that, navigate through that, and make sure that they're connecting in a meaningful way with the CEO and the organization, so that the organization's resources can be appropriately brought to bear and support, really, those efforts in a way that also manages the priorities of everything that's happening. So what we're about to talk about is really important with regards to that. The second thing is BL5 Unity of Control, which the board also reviewed and updated in December of 2020, talks about the importance of the board acting as a body, and the board really agreeing, generally speaking, with what it is to work on, and not any individual director or even candidly an individual committee or others driving that. What's important to the board is important for the board to be working on. And thirdly, there's been conversation throughout this year of the cohesion between the board and management and how important that is, again, to help prioritize resources for that healthy balance between the desire of everything that needs to get done and making sure that it can be done in a reasonable manner. So those are the foundation blocks. And Mo, if we go to the next slide, please. So there's been an ongoing discussion in the governance committee around what that process might be. And I just want to walk through this really quickly, Director Moody, and that is that the board members would request Mo, in this case, to add a topic to the parking lot. Any topic can come up, any topic can be added to the parking lot. And then at the next regular monthly all committee meeting, the board as a whole would discuss what's in the parking lot and make a determination as their desire to move it to the work plan. So, and then the following steps would happen. And this could happen a variety of ways. So there'd be evaluation and determination of resource requirements and availability of resources to complete the research. This could be any combination of the board chair, the committee chair, and or CEO who needs to signal and make the determination around what these resources are, depending on what's within their control. And then there'd be a confirmation of next steps and timing of when the work would be reasonably completed. Eventually, there'll be a target completion date added, so there's an awareness of, is this thing moving forward on time, and an expectation with what the board has discussed. There would be regular updates provided to the board and public on any of these items that are being worked. And then this last one, it's not so linearly an E, it's more like a caveat. There could be times when the topic does not align particularly with a standing committee. And if it's unclear, the board chair would make a determination if an ad hoc committee would need to be created in order to explore the particular topic at hand. And ultimately, when appropriate, it could move off of the work plan, and we've been referring it to as the SMT agenda, but there's a broader agenda that comes forward with all committees and the board plan. And at some point, as action is required or discussion is required or reporting is required, it would be moved more formally into the next stage for review and approval and public comment and whatnot. It's important to note that the process too could be iterative. You could take a step forward and a step back and kind of get where you need to go until ultimately you're willing to make a determination on the action to go forward. So this is kind of the process that's been discussed, and I think it's important that because it's been discussed in governance committee, that everybody has a general understanding of this, and if there are any questions on it. I don't see any questions, so I'm assuming that is straightforward. And then, so the next one, as Director Moody was highlighting, that is, we're going to have an opportunity to review the work plan now for the first time. And this is where the muscle gets to be built. So if we could move to the next slide. Currently, there are some items that are on the work plan, i.e. these are being worked, or in some cases they've been completed. The first one was BL9, and actually just in recent conversation, that is to be marked as completed. SD9 is in process and was highlighted earlier in conversations with the system committee and Director Molhoff. SD2, this was a priority that was identified during the August workshop. It's not started yet, but there is discussion around that, and so it is on the work plan. And SD4, reliability, and that was also determined as a priority. As I mentioned earlier, BL5 was on the work plan and it has been completed. So you get a feeling. Some things are on the work plan, some things get completed, and this is a way to provide visibility of the queue that's in the work plan. I think it's also important as you look at the work plan to know that behind the scenes, and this is where it gets important for the resources within OPPD, is that many of the people that are working on BL9 might have been working on BL5 or SD4 or SD2, and so this entire prioritization discussion becomes really important so as to not create any unintended consequences within the organization. Kevin spoke earlier around workforce fatigue, among other things. This is really an important discipline, so we appreciate the fact that it's being built. And if we go to the next slide. There are a few items that are in the parking lot. SD11, this was brought up actually both in the August meeting as well as I believe in subsequent meetings, I know it has been, as well as SD13, stakeholder outreach and engagement. And then ad hoc committee on market transformation was also something that was brought up. And I know that committee chair, Director Yoder, for PI was interested in discussing the merits of SD11 and SD13 in terms of moving them out of parking lot and into the board work plan. So I will turn it over for Directors Yoder and Moody and others to discuss.
I'll start with the larger number. 15 to rolling out of Power with Purpose when a year ago last November, and had gotten some discussion, and there's been monitoring. We've seen changes, but the PI committee last year, again, I think it was about October or November, as a committee, with the people on the committee at that time said, when we were asked, is there something that should move out to the board work plan, we agreed that SD13 was the one item that should move out. SD11 should be put on the work plan, rather. SD first was raised during the retreat, and then has kind of bubbled up again as part of the affordability discussion. It's one of the SDs that may be impactful on affordability. And so is something that PI committee will be discussing, I think, as to whether it should move out. So I think there's an opportunity with new members on the PI committee to reflect and concur with the previous committee makeup decision that SD 13 should move forward. And SD 11 is a new consideration for the committee, and some draft language elements that I put together just for discussion have been posed to the, so kind of there's some work already going.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me just summarize. So I think you finished by saying there's kind of some work already going, right? Which is to say they're not necessarily just kind of sitting idle in the parking lot. You know, the keys are in the keys are in. It's starting to perhaps, yeah, like the motor's running a little bit. So is specific to those is the next step for them to find further, and I'm mindful of our process, Scott, so I don't like nudge me back if I'm doing something I shouldn't be. But is the process then that the PI committee, which I think is, you know, we've got 2 new members and we're going to have more turnover in March. Does the PI committee need to tighten the screws on those a little bit before it then goes to SMT and has this conversation about resource allocation and what it's really going to need? Because that's the question that I have right now. Is I'm not clear on exactly what we're talking about with both of these and how much of a shift we're really examining. Go ahead.
If I could interject, that's where within the PI committee, I think we are. I think it's just a board member discussion.
Okay.
And so to reinforce your question, if it were to move from parking lot to the previous slide,
right?
Does that automatically engage SMT?
So from a process standpoint, my understanding is that before I'm visual, right? Before it starts to get onto the road, SMT in a conversation with Tim is like the barrier that's there where we need to say, okay, are we gonna shuttle this guy out or not? That to me is, I think, so it seems to me PI refines. We need to have a conversation about resourcing and what this really looks like. That would be, you know, as we described earlier, Tim, SMT, any other key stakeholders involved, board chair if need be. And that way we can kind of sit here in this forum perhaps and go, okay, what are we really talking about here, and how much time and energy, and can we really pull this off? That's my sense for how this kind of might unfold for these.
This is Tim for like the SD11, SD13. I think it appears that that's going back into the PI committee or some framework like that will develop whatever that scope is. And if it's a policy revision on SD11, then I think it would go through that normal process. If there's this deep request by the committee to say, hey, we need this data to support this work, and that data is, 1,000 hours worth of work, then that's where the team would come back to me and go, hey, here's the deal. It's 1,000 hours worth of work, and here's what it could impact if we move forward with this. And then I would come back to the board and say, here's our dilemma, here's the work, and how can we, get to the end result without maybe negatively impacting any initiative or project that's going on at OPPD. So it would be that kind of direct discussion and dialogue that I would have with the board and the chair.
Okay, that's helpful. And so I'm going to build on that just for a second and zoom away from these 2 specific topics to make one comment, which is, and this is, I'm responding to a question I got in the chat. But I want to make sure that it's clear for everyone, is that what's on the work plan doesn't have to be something that is a months-long, laborious, data-intensive activity. It can be something that potentially could get resolved in a month or 2. I view the work plan as really kind of the place where we ensure that things are locked in, where we know what we're working on, we know what's in front of us, we know where things are sort of institutionalized per se, so that they don't just sort of get lost in the fray. I don't want this to necessarily just be, the things that are going to take us a year or more to do by any stretch. Okay, so I think that's SD 13 and 11. Other board members, any questions or comments on those two items in particular?
Not specifically for those two items, but I guess, are we going to have some sort of guardrails or backstops on how many items we have on the work plan? I mean, can we make sure that some are complete before we start some new ones? Or Tim's laughing, but really, I mean, we could put a whole number of things on the work plan that we individually or collectively think are important, but I think we need to finish some before we put some new ones on. That's just my thought.
Well, what I continue to remind the governance committee is, remember, we have 5 strategic initiatives that are working their way down through the process, and a relatively large Powering the Future 2050. So it's not a scapegoat, it's real work that's going on by the teams. And so we talk about that when we have this conversation, certainly at the governance side, about that related work. And that's the balance that we just want to understand. If it's tweaking and modifying SDs for clarity, to me, that's different work, right? That the committees can work on. That doesn't require a variety of resources throughout the district to help support that initiative or support that parking lot item and now work plan item. So that's the balance that we just have to consider. So.
Yep, I would echo that. Good question though, Janice.
Did we just lose sight? Oh, very good. I thought we were seeing a different site than the slide for a moment.
So just real quickly, the middle one, the ad hoc committee on market transformation, I think the last conversation we had in governance was that needs to sit a little bit behind the decarbonization work that's undergoing, so that we can really start to better understand what that's going to tell us before we get into that piece. So that's why that's in the parking lot today.
Correct. Yes, that is correct, Director Moody. And the other thing I wanted to provide too is that conversation with Director Molhoff around SD9 and the refinement that's happening there. So it's kind of a combination of what ends up in SD9, what's happening with decarbonization will determine what work might stay open if there is work in terms of forming an ad hoc committee. The benefit of having it on the parking lot is it's not a lost idea until it's the determination is made that that should go away because it was addressed through the other work, or candidly, it's still viable. And now that we have the clarity in the other work, it's something that needs to be activated.
Great. Good clarification, Scott. Okay, and at the risk of opening this up too wide, I will ask if there's anything that you all expected to be on the parking lot that's not there. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thanks. I think we've spoken a couple times in the past about language related to climate change, and specifically clarifying some of the factual information about it is occurring, caused by human carbon emissions, and the consequences will be severe. So I was unclear on where that might be moving forward. That feels like it's in that area of a minor adjustments to SD language. I think we talked about SD7 because it doesn't clarifying those factual pieces doesn't specifically trigger any different metric or any different action from senior management. And I'd even had some language that I had referred to in that area in the past. So I'm not sure what the timeline is on looking at a relatively minor adjustment to just clarify that position, to make it clear that that is behind some of the other policy work that we're doing. So if there's some guidance on where that is, or if that's something that needs to be added but could be indicated as a minor item rather than a larger item that we might have on the list now, if someone can help me understand that, that would be great.
Yeah, well, I'll just jump in quickly. and just to level set everyone, this goes back a little bit further. I know this came up, I believe, at the workshop, and then Eric did some really good work on thinking about whether or not this makes sense to be in a resolution. I think then the conversation said, let's institutionalize it in an SD rather than a resolution. So to Eric's point, that's kind of where it's at, and perhaps it is something that needs to at least show up on the parking lot and potentially be. Again, I don't know how this flows into the work plan per se, but I think my perception is that Eric is right. This may not necessarily be something that's going to require much, if any, time, energy. It's about clarification of an SD rather than much else. But
I would make a recommendation if the board agrees with that. That's kind of an SD7, probably a systems committee conversation.
Yep.
And then let them kind of vet out what that looks like over some timeline and bring it back to the board as appropriate.
Yeah. I think that's right.
If I might add, I think that shows the dynamic and the importance for the committee chair in this particular case, systems committee, then to look at the scope of work that's being brought forward, and then working with the committee then to prioritize where it falls in the calendar for that for that standing committee with regards to the resources that might be brought to bear. In that particular one, there's not a lot of resources, but there might be between SD9 and other things that are in systems that might not be a first order thing for the systems committee to address, but the systems committee would make that determination.
Right. Okay. Anything else? Thank you for bringing that up, Eric. Good work. Anything else that you all anticipated to be in the parking lot that's not there? And again, this is dynamic, right? Something could come up next week. So this is not a speak now and forever hold your peace situation. Okay, I think that pause means, and I do, Eric, your hand's up, but I assume that's stale. Got it. Okay. Okay, that concludes. Good work, everybody. We'll get better and better at that every time we do it. So well done. Let's
Moody,
move
if
on.
I may clarify,
Oh yeah, sure.
that SD13 has been moved into this initial idea of the board work plan with the notion that there'd be a coming back if there's significant resources required outside of the committee's discussion with Mr. Burke. Is SD11 moved into that state as well?
That was my interpretation, is that the committee would sort of conceptualize them and maybe make them a little bit more clear and concrete, and then.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. And then SD7 as well.
Same.
I mean, it kind of moved right on over. Okay, wonderful. I just wanted to make sure there was alignment. Thank you so much.
Yep, sure. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, and our final agenda item, Power with Purpose update, Ms. Fisher. Mary, you're muted.
Double muted. So thank you. I appreciate that. Last item of the day. Thank you, Chair Moody. We are going to move into our open session update on Power with Purpose. And just to let everyone know where we are, we'll give an update on our solar project, on our natural gas generation project. This time we are going to be bringing in our transmission routing and siting. And so that's new. As we move forward with our transmission efforts, you'll start to hear about that in our monthly reports to the Board of Directors, and then our stakeholder outreach. Next slide, please, Mo. This is a snapshot in time as to where we are today. As you can see, they're continuing to move forward with each one of these areas. If you see those on the left, and the arrows going out through the end of the year on some of these items. Again, the one that I would just focus on is we're bringing in the routing and siting, and we'll update you today on what that looks like going forward for the transmission portion of these projects. With that, I am going to turn it over to a very dedicated and talented team to walk us through each one of these updates. And so I will turn it over to Ms. Courtney Kennedy.
All right. Everyone hear me okay? Great. All right, so for a sourcing update, just wanted to provide a recap maybe for those that are seeing this for the first time, kind of where we've been and where we are. So for our solar, for the 400 to 600 megawatts, we had an RFP that brought in 71 proposals that we were able to narrow down, and we've landed on 7 projects that are in or near our service territory that we've really been focused on the last several months. And you can kind of see in the map there where those are located. And then the developers, as we've shared in the past, are Bluestem Energy Solutions, Community Energy, Geronimo Energy, Invenergy, Ranger Power, and Sandhills Energy. So if we move to the next slide, a little bit about what we've been doing since the last update. So we've continued our discussions and negotiations on both technical and commercial sections of our potential solar contracts with multiple suppliers. We've explored the commercial and policy options to address the Southwest Power Pool interconnection backlog. We've reviewed proposed regulations as well as offered comments in support of not only the utility scale, but also residential and commercial solar in both Saunders and Burke counties. And all in all, we're on track to provide further clarity on these projects this quarter in 2021. Any questions on solar? Okay, with that, I'll pass it over to Megan Walker.
Thanks, Courtney. Next slide, please. Okay, very good. So just a reminder, we do continue to work with the City of Papillion on their planning process for the Sarpy County South site. Back in October, we went to the Planning Commission meeting where we received a 7-0 approval for the items that we submitted. Those efforts will continue in early February when we attend their City Council meeting, and this project and planning process will be on that agenda. We have done a variety of site technical assessments at both the Sarpy County South site and the military site. And so those are winding down. I just wanted to point out that those included such things as the ALTA survey, geotechnical assessments, noise measurements, and environmental site assessments. As we move forward with the project execution, some key work streams that are coming up this year include the air permitting process. We've had some preliminary discussions and plans there that will kind of go in earnest once we select the major equipment. And then we also are going to work on a scoping and schedule associated with the preliminary site grading. As through the process for the project, we do continue to work and stay in contact with our fuel supply vendors. Again, those discussions are ongoing and will be somewhat dependent on our equipment selection as well. No questions? Well, if you can go to the next slide, please.
Just a quick question. Could you clarify ALTA? What is that acronym, please?
It's really just kind of a layout of the site, but kind of the site boundary, maybe what wells or power or layout is at the site, if that helps explain it. Okay. Very good. Next slide, please. Okay. So for the major equipment sourcing, I wanted to give an update there. We are doing a separate request for proposals for the major equipment for each of the gas generation sites. We did send out a request for proposal for the RICE, the reciprocating internal combustion engines. That went out in September, and we have received those proposals back in October, and the team continues to evaluate those. We did do a separate single request for proposal for the simple cycle combustion turbines, and that's the technology that will be utilized at the Sarpy County South site. We have somewhat staggered those RFPs, so that one went out in early October, and we did receive proposals back in mid-November. Just to kind of give a high-level picture, these two RFPs, between the two of them, we have been dealing with 9 different vendors. and we continue to evaluate these proposals against our criteria. The right-hand side kind of gives you a high-level picture of the schedule for each of these, and we're very near-term on negotiations and starting negotiations with both of these proposals. And so as more information comes to light, we will surely share that information. If there's no questions, we can go to the next slide. Okay. Here we're focused on the kind of the engineer, procure, and construct portion of the natural gas generation facility project. We are doing a two-part process, and so for part one, we're looking to determine which vendors would be qualified to kind of handle these projects, and key factors we're considering are their financial standing, their technical expertise and experience, and then what type of management structure and oversight can they provide for these projects. And so those requests for qualifications went out to interested vendors back on December 4th, and we just received responses from the vendors just last Friday. So the team will start to review that. The process and intent is to evaluate those proposals and responses from those vendors to determine who's qualified to then move on to the next step. And we would look to kind of select the best handful. So it won't be just who's qualified, but who's the best qualified. And then the part two would be for those individuals that were selected to be the best qualified, they would then receive the request for proposal for these projects. And so on the right-hand side, we have both the timeline for the qualification process as well as the actual request for proposal schedule. As things kind of hone in, we'll get a more specific schedule, and kind of also that's being done in parallel as we are working with our owner engineer, which is HDR for this project, and developing the request for proposal specification right now. So that's in progress in parallel with these work streams. Is there any questions for the natural gas generation project? Okay, if not, I will hand that over to Danny Belt, I believe is next.
Thank you, Megan.
Yes.
Mo, we should have the transmission piece here in one of the next few slides. There we go. All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Danny Bilt. I'm Director of Engineering for Energy Delivery here at OPPD, and it's my pleasure to get to introduce the Sarpy Southwest Transmission Project. Although this project is being introduced as part of the Power with Purpose program, like most of our transmission projects, this is really a culmination of multiple different needs for the district. So primarily for this particular region, these transmission lines are supporting the increased load and demand for electricity in the region. Anybody that's been along that Highway 50 corridor has really been able to see a lot of that expansion of growth in that territory. And these lines are needed to help support that growth to provide the resiliency and reliability we're looking for that region. Secondarily, these lines will most definitely be connecting the gas generation facilities, so a direct connection from the existing transmission system to that new gas generation site is going to be required. And then thirdly, really just to maintain that the types of resiliency and reliability that we're accustomed to for that region. So as we see the increase in growth from both the transmission, from both the load and the generation sides of the business, we definitely need the additional transmission capacity to be able to interconnect all of those and keep that reliability at its peak. The overall scope for the Sarpy Southwest Transmission Project is really to route and construct 3 new transmission lines. And I'll get into a little bit more detail in a further slide. We'll have a little bit more detail in the map. The map on the right is really kind of giving you a snapshot in time. It's actually a current state of what the system looks like in that region. So you can very clearly see the green lines and the blue lines on that map representing the existing transmission system the way that it exists today. And then the new gas facility located where that orange spot is. Next slide, Mo. So the process diagram that you're seeing in front of you is a routing, siting, public involvement process diagram. It's a process we've been using for many years here at OPPD, and we've been continuing to refine it across multiple different projects. You know, the main goal for, or the primary purpose for our routing, siting, public involvement process is really to acquire the necessary input that we need from stakeholders to find the most optimal route for the transmission line itself. So I'll be going through a little bit more detail in these slides, on this slide, showing you the different phases of the routing process. But a little cleaner version of this is available on our OPPD Community Connect website, and you can be able to explore it a little bit further to be able to read that content. But I'll be stepping through the different stages of it. So an overall goal for our routing, siting, public involvement process is really to meet the minimum engineering requirements while also minimizing impact to landowners. So it's a very important process for us to be able to gain the information that we need from the landowners and other stakeholders in the area. You know, this process has been used fairly successfully over the course of the last several years, including in the energization of our most recent one, the Sarpy Transmission Project that came online last year, but also prior to that, Elkhorn River Valley Transmission Project and several others over the last decade. The phase one approach for this routing siting process really is to define a study area. It's basically taking the area that this transmission line could be routed in and taking a look at it from a blank slate, really begin a lot of our desktop research into the area, see if there's any other known constraints in the region that we need to take into account. Our engineering, environmental, and right-of-way teams will all be looking at these different route segments to make sure that there's something that can be constructed. Phase one really culminates with a presentation of these preliminary route segments in a public meeting setting. In that first public meeting, we need to gain additional insights into that area that we can't normally get through public record type processes. So things such as drain tile systems, well locations, future land uses if a developer or a farmer or others have some plans for that property that we're unaware of. We asked these participants in this meeting to not only provide additional content and clarity on their properties, but also to rank some routing criteria for our overall transmission line. And I'll get into that in a little bit more detail on the next slide as well. In phase two, the overall results of the public meeting are reviewed by our engineering teams, and we take individual route segments and we put them together to try to create route networks or potential route lines from substation to substation that we feel are constructible. At the end of our phase two, we'll go to the public again with a second public meeting, and we'll try to gain additional, more specific insight from the public for those particular routes that we introduce. When we get to phase three, we take some additional information from the phase two public meeting information, and we try to limit it down to just the primary routes that we're going to carry forward into the overall route announcement of the project. So phase four really is the route announcement that we present to the public, and it's also the beginning of the different stages of the process involving engineering, direct landowner interface, right-of-way discussions, right of entries, those sorts of things. And it really allows us to begin the next steps of the overall process. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the overall routing criteria is very important to the project team. The overall goal, again, for the routing, siting, public involvement process is for us to find a way to provide the most optimal route, which is really, you know, meeting the minimum engineering requirements for the project while also minimizing the impacts to landowners. As I stated before, a lot of this information goes beyond public record, and it's something that we need direct input from the landowners on. The critical nature of this information is to try to reduce risk later on in the project. So this information we gather now will help us limit the impacts that we have on our landowners in the area, future stakeholders, as well as to the project schedule and cost. So a lot of need to have criteria that is representative of the region. We definitely know that routing a transmission line through an urban environment is significantly different than routing through a rural environment, for example. So we want our public, our landowners, our stakeholders to all contribute with what they feel is the most important to them as well as their region, so that we can help better distinguish if a preference is given to agricultural purposes versus residential purposes, for example. So this information is important in order for us to be able to establish that relationship with the landowners that's going to carry on much beyond this transmission line itself. This asset will be in place 40 to 80 years. We'll be the neighbor for a long time to these landowners. We want to make sure we limit those impacts. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the routing side and public involvement for the SARPI Southwest Transmission Project in this case involves the connection of 3 specific transmission lines. And so they're represented on this map by color, yellow, blue, and green, and you'll see multiple segments. So when I refer to route segments, each one of these individual segments is a way for us to connect existing or new substations together with the use of the transmission line. And so every one of these segments, as we put them together, they're a buildable segment that we're willing to construct on. Those are the specific segments we're looking to get feedback from the customer, from the landowner, from the other stakeholders on very specifically, with the idea of connecting from substation to substation in one long route. Each of these 3 colors, the 3 different routes, the 3 different lines that we're building will vary in length from 3 miles to approximately 6 miles when the project is complete. And again, there's the existing substations. There's also new substations that are going to be associated with the new generation facility, for example. Some of the questions that we get routinely in this phase of the project is really, why 3 transmission lines? Couldn't we serve this with 1 or 2? The primary reason for 3 transmission lines in this area really is for the additional reliability that we need for this region. So if we have 1 transmission line out for service, for example, and then an event happens, let's say an equipment failure or a storm rolls through, something like that, that trips a 2nd line out, we still want to ensure that we have that 3rd line to be able to get the capacity from the generation to the load. The use of 3 transmission lines is pretty common for a generation facility of this size and definitely consistent with industry. Another question we usually get at this phase of the project is, does OPPD have a preferred route? The short answer is no. We want to walk into this overall routing effort with a very open mind and a willingness to listen to our stakeholders. We've had projects in the past where you might think of a preferred route as kind of showing up throughout the course of the project, and we're always amazed at kind of the new things that we learn that kind of shifts our thinking of what the preferred route might look like. Mo, next slide, please. So a key takeaway that we wanted to share in this setting is really that the outreach that we do is very important. It's a main part. Engaging our stakeholders is a main part and a contributor to the overall routing process, and we want to be as transparent as possible. We want the ability for our public and our landowner stakeholders to contribute as easily as possible through many different forms and settings. We always want to learn from our process, so we're going to also engage the public with lessons learned at each phase of the project. But I'm not going to go through everything that's on this list, but it kind of showcases the many different ways in which we're trying to cascade our outreach to engage as many people as possible. The last thing we want is for somebody to show up 2 months from now in the overall process and be able to and identify that they hadn't heard anything about the project. So you can see that we're using, things such as press releases and social media posts, letters directly mailed to landowners and other settings. So we're trying very hard to reach out as well as we possibly can to the overall landowners and stakeholders in the area and make sure that their voices are heard. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, seeing none, perhaps we could move to Mr. O'Brien.
Hey, Tim, you're on mute.
I think it's your telephone, sir.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to speak with everyone on another topic today for our Power with Purpose stakeholder update. We're in phase 3, our very focused efforts. Danny Belt just spoke to you about the routing and siting and public involvement, and that very much falls in our phase 3 efforts. Mo, if you go to the next slide, we're taking the approach to provide kind of the look of the next quarter for our stakeholder outreach. And I want to build on many of the concepts that my colleagues, Danny, Megan, and Courtney spoke about and where our team's helping support. On the first bullet here, Courtney mentioned around education. We're doing a great deal of this around the solar side, including in some of the counties with elected officials, small group meetings, just even as early as last week. We had an update with the Springfield leadership, and we continue many of those. We also are continuing many updates on our OPPD Community Connect platform. That's kind of the central hub of information. And we're really proud of that. I want to give you some statistics as we sort of wrap up the year to date. The platform was launched in July. We've had nearly 23,000 visits to the site. Last month, Kate Thomas spoke about the campaign that we've had around awareness of Power with Purpose, and this was a multimedia approach to reaching customers in different ways. We had a lot of increased traffic. We had well over 7,000 visits to the site. So that was exciting. We've also had 126 registrations to the site. And what's exciting there is that's a thought process for me and the team of folks that want to engage, provide questions, provide insight. So that's improving. And really all of that traffic has been focused on our Power of Purpose education and updates. Moving forward, Danny Belt mentioned that the 26th is an important aspect for our transmission project, and so you've got that listed in January. Moving into February, one of the questions that we've had come up a couple times around the military site and the SARPI site is on the infrastructure aspects. They're on a couple different time frames, and so I'm breaking it out so you can see that in our quarterly update look ahead. So in February, we'll be making some progress on the SARPI site. So we'll be planning some mailings to interested stakeholders, continuing to inform them about the project, including the routing and siting public involvement. We should be completed with our efforts with Papillion, so it'll be a great touch point with our stakeholders in that area in February. Then looking to March, we heard very clearly with our stakeholders around the military location of their interest in understanding as we're making progress with our engineering, our construction, our procurement, grading. The teams have been working on the transmission routing. One thing on that particular property is the transmission is just adjacent to the property. So there's a different look, and we'll have some better views of how the facility will fit on that property. And so that will be an update that will be provided in March to the stakeholders around that area as we'll get into the spring construction season. So we're planning that. Also planning a public meeting in March to answer any questions around the military location. And then to build on Danny Belt's presentation, we'll be in the second meeting for the routing, siting, and public involvement for the SARPI transmission upgrades to the area. Mo, the next slide is a summary. So one of the things that we learned and heard from some board members and then just the public, what are ways to engage if you have questions, comments, want to stay informed about Power with Purpose. And so this is our engagement slide. There's multiple tactics that we're employing to try and reach customers where they're at. The centerpiece is the OPPD Community Connect website, but we're continuing in a variety of tactics. And one is updates in the outlet, so the bill insert. I think we've been doing that every month, at least for the last 6 months, and that'll continue. We're also highlighting the website if there's comments or engagement and how to reach out to us there. That's just one example, including more social media. We've been starting to get more requests from our Speakers Bureau and Education, so we'll be doing more of those one-on-one updates. And then just the day-to-day work that I want to highlight from our team, just being engaged from a public affairs perspective of being in the community, being in Lincoln for the legislature, just talking about the things that are going on with the district. And so that concludes my update on stakeholder engagement and then ways for our stakeholders to engage. Thank you.
Chair Moody, that would conclude our report unless we have questions for myself or the team.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any hands raised, so I'll pause for a moment, colleagues, to see if you've got any questions or comments that you'd like to make. Rick, was that a hand up?
If there's silence, fill it. I do very much like what we're doing here. It does remind me of the very successful SARPI transmission project. I like the fact that there's a lot of outreach. I wonder, this is a question for Danny. I appreciate the statement that when you show 3 or was it 4 different transmission potential paths, the question comes in, well, is there a preference? And it's a totally candid, honest answer to say no, and I appreciate that. Is there an explanation at that same time that there are of what are that help decide how that path is taken and how the public input balances or influences those other attributes? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Director Yoder. So what our project teams will do based on the information that we get from landowners and other stakeholders is try to evaluate all of those as compared to each other. So what we'll if the primary feedback that we hear from the stakeholders is that, hey, we want to leave this road corridor open for, a road widening effort, or if we want to, if we want this line to go by as many or as few of homes as possible, what we'll do is we'll take that information back from those landowners and rank that as the higher of the criteria, and then we'll score it out based on all of the criteria to get us to a point where we have adequately captured their input. Not all input we get from landowners and stakeholders is something that we can live with from an engineering perspective. Let's say we get asked to span 2,000 feet. Well, our transmission design won't span 2,000 feet to avoid a pole on a particular property. But what we'll do is we'll work with those landowners at the next phase of the project to try to see if we can find structural locations that are most optimal to them, for example. So it's really a multi-part process, one being the input to help us prioritize and rank all of those criteria so that we can kind of optimize based on whatever it is, agriculture, homes, trees. And then from there, we'll further refine and try to minimize those impacts further as we get into the more detailed engineering components of the project.
I think that's really a good example, and I know you probably have 100 that help to shape the perception that the public input does have an impact. And really that kind of goes to the text question, where are we in the IAP2 rubric, that there is some, this is in the inform column, but indeed, I mean, certainly there's impact there on the part of the public. And I think that's very valuable to let people see those when that happens, and that it has happened in the past, and their input has impact. Good.
Yeah, to expand a bit further on that, Director Yoder, this IAP2, we're actually in the consult column, so we're actually looking for stakeholder impact, and we'll use that information to help us make decisions. So really in the next level up from the informed portion of the IAP2 index.
That's terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great question. Okay, checking for hand raises. I see none. Pausing to see if any other questions or comments arise. Okay, I know that this Power with Purpose stuff, feels like a steady drip. right, and slow motion in some ways, but like there's a lot going on is the reality. And, you know, there are few projects that we as directors are going to be involved in that are going to be bigger than everything that's involved in this. So we appreciate the updates very much. Thank you for keeping us abreast of what's going on. We really appreciate the information, and kudos to all involved for the good hard work. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our meeting today. Our board action meeting is on Thursday at 4 p.m. So that's we've reviewed the agenda, and that's there. So feel free to log on early if you would, so that we're good to go. Mary and Sarah, you did it. You made it through your first one. Congratulations. Well done. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good job today. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.